Hello and welcome to another stream of Disco Elysium to continue my Pessimistic Apocalypse Cop playthrough. Hey there, Sheila, welcome. It's going well. Things are going good, thanks. How about yourself? I thought I would do a stream of this today to make up for yesterday's short stream of it. So we're going to do probably about an 8-hour stream around then. Oh, cheers, dude. Thanks. I hope you're having a good day. We're 88% through the Cop of the Apocalypse. There's 47 minutes remaining until we can actually unlock it, and then we can reap the benefits of having that. Sheila, you're good. You just went to bed after not looking at the clock while playing. Oh, did you? Oh, really? So when you looked, you were like, oh, can't believe the time. Well, I hope you ended up getting some good sleep.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I ain't no snitch.
Actually,
We weren't put on this earth to make...
Sheila, so it's 6 a.m. and you try to get a few hours in before you get your day started. Oh, well, that's definitely fair too, as well. So yeah, 6 a.m. Very, very early.
yes?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? Yes.
That's all good, Sheila. I really hope that you have a great sleep. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Muchly appreciated. For those who haven't come across Sheila's channel, definitely recommend. He's doing a marathon of the Assassin's Creed series at the moment. The current game that he's up to in that is Assassin's Creed 2. He's also got a Mafia series playthrough going on. The game in the series that he's up to with that is Mafia 3. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games, which includes Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me, and later this year, Directive 8020. So he's a fan of those games as well. He's a great streamer. Definitely recommend checking out his channel too if you want to go in and chill and lurk as well. Great streamer, so definitely recommend. And no problemo for the shout out, Sheila. Absolutely no worries at all. More than happy to give you one.
Hello again, sweetie.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
So there's definitely benefit in this game to come back to areas you've already been to, because at certain points in the day and night, you might find different characters and all that kind of stuff as well. And there's also some characters where when you have Kim with you during the day, you may not be able to talk to them about certain things, so that when it's time for Kim to go to sleep, you can choose to still explore, but on your own, and talk to people. So that way you'll probably get some different interactions as well if you speak to people when it's just Harry on his own. But you can't tell Kim to just go whenever you want to. You have to wait until it gets to the point in the time of the day where he's going to go back to his room so he can go get to sleep.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Alright, so there's something that we haven't actually had a look at in this playthrough yet. And that is related to one of the items that we now have. Okay, so we have the damaged ledger. This is the ledger you found in the trash. It's full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a closer look. Maybe it can be salvaged to start keeping notes on the case. So we're now going to interact with this. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome. How's your day going?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Nice, urinal cleaner. Oh, that's good, Lucas. I'm glad that you're going fine. That's good. I wanted to start my stream a little bit earlier today. I mean, yesterday it was really late start, but I wanted to start my stream relatively early so I could get a long one in to make up for it.
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard.
I did, Lucas, yeah. It was very late my time, though, when I started. It was probably 11:45 at night for my end of things, so I don't know what time it would have been for you when I went live, but yeah, it was a late start. So I did like a 3-hour stream.
It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Lucas, why the hell is he talking about toilet paper? In the first stream of this, we rummaged in the big garbage bin and we found the notebook of the main character, and I've just decided now to actually investigate it and have a look at it. And yeah, it's been in the trash, mixed in with all this other stuff as well, and whatever the character did to it as well when he was drunk, and all that kind of stuff.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins, yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural, another The Square Bullet Hole Murders, another yet The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The Guys on a Couch in an Unexpected Location, and The Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Even the rare article-free Collapsing Tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you? It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
The man with the hole in his head. It's so funny too, because these are similar to titles of, like, you know, novels and stuff about detectives and all that kind of stuff.
I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The tasks you've completed flow out of the pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas?
Number 1, the hanged man. Number 2, the Furies are at home in the mirror. 3, the setting sun. 4, shit on a stick. 5, actually, I don't have one. This one is, you know, to the point, the hanged man. This one is a more sort of like, you know, philosophical thing, I guess. The Furies are at home in the mirror. the setting sun is sort of like, a very climactic. Shit on a stick is, pretty much a very sort of like, it's a shitty situation, all that kind of stuff. So I'm actually going to go with 4, shit on a stick.
Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny?
Oh, come on, Kim. Okay, so we can't have shit on a stick. We'll go with the Furies are at home in the mirror.
Furies? Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, Think, what would that be? A good normal name.
Oh, Kim, you're killing me here. Fine, we'll go with number 1.
Great, that's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. What delicious power hid within this pathetic mess. You feel better. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
I'm not going to even bother trying this. Low 28%, plus minus lonesome long way home.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Alright, so we've interacted with the damaged ledger. Okay, so an update on the Smoker in the Balcony mission. We need to visit apartment 28 sometime after 2100 to see if anyone's home. Read the watermarks. Get in front of Kanima's headlights to read the halogen watermarks in your ledger. This may yield some information about who you are. First, go to the Kanima and turn on the lights. So we'll go and do that mission now. We'll just go over this way to Kim's motor carriage.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Kinema comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
Hey Anemone, good morning. How's your morning going?
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here.
I'm not going to go with the first choice, which just seems nice, because that's not very pessimistic. 3, I'm sure I've seen worse. That is not, well, I mean, that's quite pessimistic as well. But I'm going to go with number 2. Seems like a shithole. And that's fitting that they've put this one number 2, considering that is often denoted as being doing a shit. So seems like a shithole is appropriate being number 2. Plus it's also the most pessimistic.
It has its problems.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Anemone, you just woke up from a creepy dream. In your dream you had to report in a police station, but they seem not taking your report seriously. Oh, you did, Anemone? Yeah, that would be terrible to have that happen in, reality too, But yeah, I guess sometimes dreams too, they're also something related to like what you might have been thinking that day, or some things that you're worried about, or, I mean, obviously too, things that you're happy about can also appear in your dreams and all that kind of stuff, or scenarios that we imagine to be multiple different ways can be sort of like, shown to us in our dreams as well. It's very interesting, actually. I've never kept a dream journal or anything like that, but I have been very sort of like interested in dreams and things like that, and, where dreams come from, what influences the dreams that we have, and the meaning behind certain things and all that kind of stuff. And you're also a bit furious of that in that dream. Oh yeah, absolutely. You get those dreams that they're so vivid. They may not be vivid in the sense of visually. Sometimes they might also be emotionally vivid as well. Oh yeah, Anemone. Like there's probably like multiple different things that could mean stuff. Like you might have a dream of an object, and that object might have many different meanings in the dream. Probably also depending on what else is happening in the dream around that and all that kind of stuff.
The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Well, I know which one I'm going to choose, which is the second one, but I'll just go through each one. Got drunk like a megastar. I walked the land telling whores and liars of the end to come. There are 9,855 days remaining. Probably some boring office job, same as everyone else. I feel like I just went around apologizing all the time. Do you really think I have any idea? For this apocalypse cop playthrough, we're going to go with this option.
Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, shall we?
Now come on, Kim, don't put the brakes on that yet. Doom crying. That's something that we want to do in this playthrough.
This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
1, so you're saying I used to be a super cop? 2, I used to be good, that's some solace, I guess. What's the last number? 3, I don't think I can ever re-become this person. What's the last number? I won't be choosing 2, because the idea of the character saying that there's some solace in that is positive, no matter how low of a positive thing it would be. Well, I'm going to go with 3.
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
1, so I'm a killer. 2, I was expecting a higher number, honestly. 3, that's not too many. 4, is now a good time to pour one out for the fallen. Well, I guess in a way, number 2 is pessimistic. It's like I was expecting a higher number, honestly. But then again, you know, it depends on what those kills were. Like, were they kills of someone that was threatening the lives of others to a degree that killing them was something that was an understandable response? Or are we talking, like, you know, accidental kills? Or but I'm going to go with 2 anyway.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Hey there, Mr. Gote. Good afternoon, dude. I am, yeah. Things are going good. How about yourself? Okay, so 1. Have you ever killed anyone, Kim? 2. How do you handle the strain? 3. Thanks for this. I'm just going to go with 1 because that's, more like an inquisitive thing. It's not necessarily... Doesn't matter if it's not pessimistic. Mr. Gote, working on your playthrough for Avowed. Oh, that's good. So is it a game that you feel is going to take a while to finish? Like, are you wanting to do like all the stuff in it, or do you want to sort of like leave that for another playthrough?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
All right. Okay, so RCM profile. All right. So we've got some statistics as well. Okay, so having a look here, we've got 2 times we've done stuff towards the sorry cop. But that's okay, as long as the number of Apocalypse Cop stuff is higher throughout the playthrough and that I'm choosing those options as much as possible. I still need to wait for the thought of Cop of the Apocalypse to actually finish up though. But yeah, so we've got four things related to Apocalypse Cop, 2 to Sorry Cop, 1 for Communist, 3 for Fascist, -1 for Good Cop, Bad Cop. So -1, is that -1 of Good Cop or Bad Cop? Not sure. Honor 0, people killed 3, cases solved 216, and years in service 18. Mr. Gote, it's something you're enjoying heavily. It feels like a good game, but some achievements are locked behind certain choices and playthroughs. Yeah, so you might need to do multiple playthroughs to get all of them. Yeah, that could be good. Like, in one way it could be bad, where it's like you might have to do 2 or 3 more playthroughs, but also too, if you're really enjoying it, then that's a few playthroughs you can look forward to doing, Okay, so we finished the Read the Watermarks mission. Get in front of Kaneba's headlights to read the halogen watermarks in your ledger. This may yield some information about who you are. We went to the Kanema and turned on the lights, and we stood in front of the Kanema in the lights and examined that. Okay, so currently in the game it is 12 past 6 at night. Copy the Apocalypse, nice. 98% through, 6 minutes remaining. Mr. Gote, yeah, you enjoy multiple playthroughs of games. It stops you from overspending and collecting. That's a good idea too as well.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Mr. Gote, so does the apocalypse actually happen in this? Well, I mean, your character can die, and you can get like that as an ending. There's also a situation where you think your character will die, but they'll survive. The character can die like right at the start of the game, actually, if you make the right choices to go towards that direction. But as for following the Cop of the Apocalypse, I don't really know, because from what I can gather so far, it's more like just there's certain perks that you get depending on which Coppo type you go for, but also it changes what kind of like dialogues you'll actually get as well. So I'm imagining we'll have a lot more dialogue options that are about the apocalypse and all that kind of stuff.
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day?
It's funny, for the first time in a few years, I've actually been reminded that it's Happy Mario Day on the actual day. Usually I find out a day or two or three afterwards and I'm like, oh. So yeah, Happy Mario's Day. As someone who grew up playing a lot of Nintendo stuff, Mario was definitely one of the first iconic video game characters that I played games of. Plus I also still remember watching the animated shows as well. Hey, it's a me, Mario. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Gote. A few years ago, I think, was it a few or a couple? I can't remember sometimes. I think it was a couple of years ago. I did a playthrough of Super Mario World. It was just like do the main levels. It wasn't get all the levels done because there's secret levels and all that kind of stuff. So I didn't do it to that extent, but it was good to play a really old game like that. I want to do a playthrough in the future of Super Mario 64. But it might be good to time that for next year, because next year that game will be celebrating its 30th anniversary, I think. Okay, so let's investigate this yellow man mug that we have. This broken-eared mug somehow made its way into the Whirling in Rags dumpster. It depicts a person of Samaran descent, frolicking in a field of saffron flowers, buck-toothed and grinning feeble-mindedly. It seems to be a cheap knockoff of some colonial-era antique.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
One, this mug is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I'm going to push this into the face of every merchant I find and tell them this is your inane ideology. The mug will be useful. By denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, i.e. fraud and embezzlement. For the mug didn't belong in the trash. It was just a funny mug. Can't anyone laugh anymore? So in terms of pessimism, it's kind of hard to decide which choice to actually make from that sort of like perspective. Because inherently, this is a very positive sort of thing with using it as an example of what not to do. You know, so that's a very positive sort of thing. Because it's like, see this thing here, this was something that was, you know, at one time maybe accepted, but that doesn't mean, you know, we have to look at it as a good thing. You know, can look at it for the bad thing it was. So that's most positive. So I'm going to make an exception here. I'm going to choose number 1.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish your case, detective.
Looking for something? It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources. This concerns you, policemen, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory. It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any mojitos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Don't push your luck, Runt.
Cop of the Apocalypse. It's not fire. It's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no, the event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom? By what? And how? You don't know. All you know is you're not joking around.
Alrighty then, we've got it. We've got the Cop of the Apocalypse unlocked, or the thought complete. Excellent. Mr. Goethe, you will say the music is well done in this game. It really is, dude. It's very atmospheric. It can be very immersive as well. And sometimes just like being in a spot in the game and hearing the music, you can just, sit there for minutes, just taking it all in. And I like how each sort of area on the map has its own different theme. And meh, you don't want to get up and get your stuffs done today, you're going to go sleep and lurk. That's definitely fair enough, Anemone. Sometimes you just got to take some time out for yourself and just go with what feels what you need to do. So thank you for popping in, and I hope that you get some good sleep. So bonuses, learning cap for Inland Empire raised to 6, and learning cap for Shivers raised to 6 as well. We definitely want to accept this because this is part of the point of the playthrough. Okay, so the bonuses is learning cap, Inland Empire raised to 6, and Shivers raised to 6 as well. Alright. That's all good, Anemone. No trouble at all. So you can have multiple thoughts actually active. So you don't have to just be like, right, I've only got one. There's different ones that you can add. But for this playthrough, the only one I'm going to be adding is Copy the Apocalypse.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers... The strike? Apples. Fine.
He's given you the run.
Alright, now to talk to different people, just to see if we have some dialogue options for some of these characters that we
Hello again, sweetie.
spoke to earlier.
Yes.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Oh, my, that's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
Okay, the Whirling in Rags cafeteria was on my keys. Okay, so in hell. We're all in hell. I'm going to choose this one.
We're in the city of Revachol, dear. Yes, and Revachol? How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? Perhaps, dear, perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
She is perturbed by your not knowing what year it is, but not by your mention of the apocalypse. It must be the end times. The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no matriarchy.
She's trying to avoid the foreigner's part. This is because she's a woman. She may be lying to you.
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now, the RCM is all we've got. Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask?
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love... Yes? Do I have a shake?
He sounds irritated.
Am I smiling? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Is there even more reason for me not to...
Skipping that, because we've already actually heard that before in the playthrough.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little...
Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno's
End of conversation.
probably... You had... I don't mess or... Yeah. Kuno didn't... Just a couple...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty
Your test...
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
She mumbles some...
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire?
I ain't no...
Actually,
We weren't put on this...
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. Okay, but please, only a few questions. Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Sounds like a scam operation to me.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid.
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity.
It is such a pleasure to see you.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. Analyzing the fundamental structure, a sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox.
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure thing. Sure, man.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store. I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't. You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Stupid famous people. I approve of this, very futuristic. Forget about all that. What is this Fashion Police feature? I'm not even interested in that magazine. I don't know why I asked about it.
Yeah, they're kind of boring, but, you know. Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but a warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really... long. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Nice 3. Can you tell me anything about this reality we're in?
Reality? You mean, what reality? Economic reality, or...? I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit? As mankind, or as a nation, or in a good place? I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing seems to be kinda big. I don't know. We're in Frit as mankind. We're in a transition. You know, transitioning from monarchy to democracy, all that stuff. We're in as mankind. We're in Revachol, like on the Insulindian Isola. You're welcome. We're in as mankind. We're in Revachol. That wasn't very hard. We're in as mankind. Okay, I won't. I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
Well, I mean, twice a day it's going to be correct.
When ordinary people take over the government and demand democracy. Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean. Our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article. Cool.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
We're going to try for this. Encyclopedia 1, it's a low 28%. We have +1 heard crater story from Renee, but that doesn't guarantee anything, but we'll try it anyway.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth, Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
That's pretty extra. 1, I would like to sleep on gold, hustler style. 2, the king is the king and he can do anything. 3, wait, really? There's no way that's true. 4, a deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit. I'm going to go with 4. Seems the most pessimistic.
But wait. You haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays, and purple. Philippian cocaine was purple. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. A group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
1, that's brilliant, so funny and nihilistic. 2, that's such a bad idea. 3, I really don't get art. Alright, need to remind myself of what nihilism or nihilistic means. Rejecting all religious and moral principles in the belief that life is meaningless. Well, even though the first part of this first response is that's brilliant, which, you know, some could consider to be a positive thing, because it's more leaning towards nihilistic and meaningless, that is pretty sort of like pessimistic, so we'll go with that one.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese.
Alright, so I've gone to all the characters that we've spoken to so far, just to test to see if there's any new dialogue options now that we have the Cop of the Apocalypse thought in motion, in play. But there's one character that I haven't actually spoken to at all, which is, well, not at all. There's the character Kuno S, and if you are in the yard where Kuno is, I think there's different dialogue with her than if you were on the other side of the fence. So we'll just test this.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing her. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, no talk of the apocalypse was available there. Alright, so now we've spoken to all the characters that we've already spoken to before, just to see if there's anything related to the Cop of the Apocalypse stuff. Okay, so it's almost 7 PM in the game.
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Alright, so we're going to try this. Physical instrument 4, even 58%. We have a +1 ruckus talking to Gart. Let's test this out.
There is only one way to awake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Let's go for number 2. No words, just a primordial scream. I mean, like a banshee, I guess. Like, you know, the herald of the apocalypse.
Why the yelling, man?
Lucas, do you know who Loretta Lynn is? Don't really know. I mean, the name sounds familiar, but not too sure.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police. More than they usually do, at least.
Thank God, no.
Nice. So we got these options here. 1. Was it a fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred, like corpses to a mausoleum? 2. Was it pure nothing, your consciousness no larger than a single grain of malt? 3. Tell me, was it a bliss free of X somethings? 4. You're right, let's talk about something else. Oh, these two are good, but I like this one, the way it's worded more. It sounds like it has more oomph to it. Lucas, she was a legendary country singer. Ah, okay. Yeah. Did she pass away or something recently, did she, or?
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir, but when I'm out, then I'm really out. No corpses, no mausoleums, just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going?
Lucas, she died a couple of years ago. You're a fan of hers. Oh, she did really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of celebrity names that I hear about, but don't really know too much about them. Then there's also famous people that I know about, but I don't follow their work. There's also celebrities that I find out about against my will. I know that's a pretty dramatic way to put it, but I mean to say, sometimes I find out about celebrities that I don't really have any interest in at all. Like when I find out that it's supposed to be a celebrity, I'm like, who? Because there's generally some people, like, there's a lot of singers in Australia that if you told me, yeah, this is a great song, it's sung by such and such, I'd be like, who? What?
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
1, of course, it's a total madhouse. 2, I'm not sure what you mean. 3, I've almost never been outside of this building.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment. For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
You can relate to that, Lucas? Yeah. It's funny too, because a lot of the time when they advertise stuff here in Australia, the person narrating for the commercial will sort of like say something like, the thing that all Australians have been waiting for. And I'm like, I haven't been. What are you talking about? The whole of Australia is on the edge of their seat wanting to know. And I'm like, what? No. Plus, I also hate in general when there's a commercial and they address you. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if it's a commercial about an international company and there's a special deal or a special thing that they're doing in Australia, then sure, I could understand in the commercial them saying to the camera, hello Australia. But when it's an Australian company advertising an Australian product, there's no need for them to do the whole hello Australia. It's like, yes, we're in Australia. This is an Australian ad for an Australian company. Okay, yeah. What are you trying to sell? You know. I just feel that there's a lot of pointless stuff that, you know, gets put into things for some reason. It's like, what's the what's the importance here? Why is it even done there? You know what I mean?
Nate got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. Or just getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess.
We are the workers, the union. We know what we need, what's right for us.
Okay, I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart, knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
Yeah, what about it?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
They say your guy was a killer. Your tree man. He has friends, same as him, killers. There's only one thing they know well. How to wreak havoc.
Lucas, you being American, obviously Australian culture and all that stuff is a big deal, lol. Yeah, that's the thing too, like there's things that they're just done one way, and then you start to learn about how things are done elsewhere, and how different elements are put together, and different approaches to things like that, like, I mean, marketing in general, it's all about not only marketing to people that you already know want your product or your service, but also trying to advertise to people who don't. And some people are receptive to that and others don't really care, unless it's something of interest as well. And a lot of money is spent though too on commercials in general. And the idea is, trying to stand out as much as possible, coming up with the most stupidest or most funny kind of like ways of representing stuff. Like in Australia, there's with Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, there's a lot of ads that we had running where it was like there was an embarrassing situation, there was an awkward situation, and the person who was either the cause of the awkward situation or the person that was around the person would utter the catchphrase, "Did someone say KFC?" as sort of like a changing topic or transitioning into something different kind of thing. So I can't remember an exact example. I don't know if this is an exact example, but I think there was one about this couple who were telling one of the person's parents that they were going to have another child or something like that. But I can't remember the context of it. But I think the parents were upset somehow. I don't know if they were upset like angry, but upset or something. There was something anyway, but the people telling them the news were like, "Did someone say KFC?" And then what usually happens in those ads is it quickly cuts to the people who were being awkward or embarrassed, not caring anymore because they're eating KFC, things like that. Lucas, I didn't know you have KFC there. We do, Lucas, yeah. Yeah, we've got KFC. KFC, McDonald's. We do have Burger King, but they had to name it different when they came out here to Australia. Because out here, there was already a company called Burger King, apparently. So when Burger King in America came to Australia, they had to actually change the name. So our version of that is called Hungry Jack's. And then you've got like Red Rooster, you've also got like Oporto, then you've also got like, what's another one I can think of? Yeah, that's all that's coming to mind, actually. There's probably a few other ones, but that's all I can remember at the top of my head. Different ones, but I prefer KFC the most. But then again, it depends on who makes it, because sometimes you get the chips will be really, really good, but other times, sometimes they'll just be like, they took the oldest batch that they had cooked and just give you that instead. It's very, very, it can be hit and miss sometimes. Lucas, oh, Hungry Jack's is Burger King, you've heard of them. That's true, Lucas, yeah. Yeah, so there's probably, there's probably some Australian specific types of, burgers and stuff that they do. But, we have Whoppers and all that kind of stuff, so we've got that, but yeah. But I don't know why they couldn't still name it Burger King. And to be honest, like, I don't know when this happened either. It was probably way before I was born anyway.
Everyone. It's a local rumor. You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even Sleepyhair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
He rubs his face before burying it in his hands. You can hear a faint snore.
Yeah, what about it? You know, people die. If someone is decided,
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off.
You heard what I said.
The lieutenant. So Union people think he was the dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Lucas, you love a double Whopper with cheese. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't really go to them often, but I tried their chicken burgers and I just couldn't really enjoy what I had tried. So when I really feel like having a beef burger from like a fast food place, I go to Hungry Jack's. But if I'm in the mood for chicken, I go to KFC. But then there's also some local kind of like fish and chip shops and stuff that I go to sometimes as well to get like a proper hamburger, as I call them. Proper as in, it's not necessarily fast food made, but still really good as well. Okay, so I still don't want to put any points into any of these skills just yet, because I need to be careful about what I put skill points into, especially for this whole Cop of the Apocalypse playthrough as well.
Can I help you?
Because we've spoken to that guy who was sleeping, and he mentioned something about a killer, I'm going to go over to the guy that's shouting, the Union guy over this way.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together.
Alright, so nothing else about that.
Honest man, we came here to help.
I have a...
You think they follow because I'm big and loud?
Hey there, Ryu. How's things today, dude? Alright, so let's call the precinct again.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch, labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Come on, Kim, don't be the party pooper. Oh, that's great, Mew. Glad to hear that you're going well. Lucas, is this city a dump or is it post-apocalyptic or something? The city looks like a colossal shithole. Oh yeah, there's definitely that element to it as well. Then you've got like the other side of it, where you've got like an abandoned church. Well, I mean, supposedly abandoned. I'm only saying that because I already know what goes on in there. But you've got that whole side of the city as well. So there's a lot of like downtrodden people. And then you've got this situation with the workers and the union and striking and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely a lot of, you know, very sort of like negative, pessimistic stuff that's going on as well. So in many ways that plays well doing a playthrough like this. And the whole apocalypse stuff as well. But it's just interesting too, where you have like the kind of upbeat music, like this one that's playing now is pretty chill and also pretty quote-unquote positive sounding music, you know. But I guess too, like there's also some elements of it that get reflected in the artwork too, where there's like some really beautiful spots and stuff.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right. Please hold.
Whenever there's some like, you know, static parts in this, I'm going to try my best just to skip past it, because you don't have to listen to it obviously. The prompt to skip ahead from it will actually appear. But just a heads up for people wearing headphones that there will be some little bits of static and stuff that come through.
10-4, come in. Firework, over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but... What does he want now? He's asking for money. Is he fucking kidding?
Is he fucking kidding? This Jean Vic Meyer character. I like the voice for him. Lucas, a colossal shithole. Wow, Lucas, tell us how you really feel. Lol. It's like the citizens of Revachol are like, what are you saying, Lucas? Come on.
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. Anything else, sir? Over. Okay.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Dr. Darling, welcome on in. You're going to create a scene between those two with Arnie and Bane. You can refund the redeem if you like. It's pointless with only 1 out of 2. Oh yeah, that's fair. It'll just still be on cooldown though, so you'll also have to wait now for that to get off cooldown if you wanted to do the Bane and the Arnie together as well. If I have a look, let me see. When the Arnie impression... So the Arnie impression was redeemed 53 minutes ago. Is there something, like, what I can do, Dr. Darling, like, is there anything else that you would like me to actually do in the Bane impression? Because I don't mind doing something for that redeem. Or, if you want, I can refund the points. It's up to you, just let me know. Darling, you can hold on to the one you redeemed until the Arnie comes off cooldown. It's only 7 minutes. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. I'll make an exception in this case because it's very close to the other one coming off cooldown. But yeah, otherwise I can't put ones on hold because then I'll have people going, save mine for later and all this kind of stuff. One, hold on, are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself. 2, I want to know if you got my badge's description right in your report. Could you read it to me? Name, rank, date of birth? 3, I'm looking for my address. I don't know where I live. 4, please refer to me with my full name in the future. 5, any news about my family? 6, have I ever told you about my life before the RCM? 7, yeah, let's wrap this up. I'm going to go for this one.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minnow enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words.
Now that definitely sounds like a pessimistic apocalypse cop. Very fitting.
This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage. A metallic the pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest.
Okay, we have an update. We have a mission. Pay for damages. You need to pay for the damages you caused in the whirling and rags, or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask Gart. We've already asked the station for additional funds, and was denied. They were like, no. Just need to double check something for a moment that I just thought of. just having a look at the morale system with this game, because I was thinking, now I've had a look, and I think you can initiate a game over if you have 0 morale. But I was sort of thinking for this playthrough, being a pessimistic apocalypse cop, that maybe not letting the morale go down to nothing, but just letting it be left at the lowest possible and topping it up. So for example, if we actually look in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, the morale is the blue icon with the 6, and below it you've got the notches, and 2 of the notches are filled in with blue. So that's the morale that we actually have left. The number 6 just lets you know that I've got 6 items that can actually boost morale. So what I'm thinking is, I want to keep the morale low, and I don't want it to go down to 0. So what I'm thinking is, if I damage morale again, to then use a health item and keep it at 2, just to be safe. It'll still be low morale, but not 0 morale, because 0 morale would be game over. But just low enough to still be in the low scale, instead of being on the high end. So I'm going to do that. So you'll notice that I'll have 1. When that happens, I will actually use the morale boost to boost it back up to 2. But I'm not going to let it go to 0 though. Okay, Dr. Darling, thanks for redeeming the Bane and Arnie impression, so now I'll do those together for you.
You'd be Arnie, out of Missouri, killer of women and children.
That's right. I've killed women and children. I've killed just about everything that walks or crawled at one time or another. And I'm here to kill you, Bane, for what you did to Batman. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming those 2 together. Bane versus Arnie. Looks like it's on. Hey there, Nabro. Fuck you, no. Yeah, I don't actually have a command for that, Nabro. But as you can see, the exclamation mark fuck command brings up the quote from GTA 5 from Franklin when he's drunk. I'm fuckers drunk. And I think I've got another one. Is it this one? No. There we go. Yeah, so the other one from GTA 5 when Franklin is drunk is when he goes, I am fucked as a motherfucking drunker. Doc Darling, that's from Unforgiven. You know, I was wondering where that was from. I have seen the movie, but only once. But it was a really good movie, though. A great movie with Clint Eastwood and Morgan Freeman in it. Thanks for redeeming that. Hey, Godfather Al, welcome on in. Sobriety Challenge Detective of the Week, Lieutenant Rodney Rod Dubois. Nice one, dude. How's things going? Nice. So there's been another change because it's a different time now on day one. Waves crashing in the darkness. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Actually, we'll go this way. It'll get me quicker to where I want to go. Actually, whoops. Wrong way. This way.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution. Plenty.
Alright, so I want to talk about spoilers for a moment. For those who want to avoid spoilers, I'm going to have a visual cue to let you know that it's safe to unmute if you need to mute the stream. So I'm going to go into this screen with all these skills. When I actually exit out, that's a visual clue to let you know that you're able to unmute the stream. And I'll stop talking about spoilers when I do that. But until I do that, I'm going to start talking about some spoiler stuff. I'm going to start the spoiler talk in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I thought that I just had the actual person who killed the guy hanging in the tree, a sniper who still thinks that the war is going on. The fact that he shot from a faraway distance and killed the actual murder victim. The fact that there's all these old bullet holes around this area where we're currently investigating, it acts as like a really cool kind of cover for him if he wanted to make the shot, and potentially, now understandably, if someone who knows what they're looking at was able to determine, they could determine that they were old bullet holes. And as we see here, Kim is, pointing that out. So these are old bullet holes from the revolution. But to someone who didn't know that and had an untrained eye and all that kind of stuff, then they wouldn't necessarily know where these bullets came from. And that could work in the sniper's advantage if he has the mind to think about that as a possible deterrent to being discovered as well. But yeah, he is the one that killed the person that they ended up hanging in the dead tree, in the tree. He's a sniper, and all the bullet holes around are from the old revolution, but for the untrained eye, they could potentially be bullet holes from any time, really. And so, amidst the confusion, the sniper would be able to make his shots, and even have practice shots as well, without being necessarily found out, because then people with an untrained eye would just like, oh yeah, they're just, old bullet holes. Yeah, there's bullet holes everywhere from the revolution.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Alright, so let's have a look, see how much we actually collected.
Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Oh, rich. So money gained there was $4.10, and now the total that we currently have in this game is $9.14.
Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol.
Oh my god. Some audio started to play, but there was no subtitles for it, so I just assumed that there was nothing else to be said. So I don't know what was going to get said there. When was the last autosave? 1747. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Damn it.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
Okay, so there's a character that I've been holding off talking to for a little bit, so now we're actually going to go and talk to them. And it will add more to the part of the story that's about the sort of like the strike that's going on in the union and all that kind of stuff. There was a character that was pointed out by Cindy the Skull earlier, but just to do a refresh, I'm going to have the dialogue play again, where she points out the character, because it'll most likely show the character again.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A. Shadows on the water, green plants under the calm surface. Your room in the whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Phaeton, my maiden name. Phaeton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia. The police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
I'm not going to have the character deny it. I'm going to go don't shake her hand, because that's a more negative kind of thing rather than a positive. I guess it depends on whose hand is being offered to shake, because there might be someone that you absolutely don't like, and so you don't want to shake their hand because you don't like them. But A positive gesture is shaking someone's hand. So in this case, with this playthrough being pessimistic, whenever I can, we're going to go don't shake.
I'm afraid my partner doesn't shake hands. Please don't take offense.
None taken, officer. Either way, I'm glad you're both here now. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Well, Kim, don't put the horse before the cart there. I can assure you of his ultimate competency. That remains to be seen in this playthrough.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something. Or someone.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I mean, that's what we do here, though, Kim, isn't it? We have a murder to solve, but we're going to talk about everything else around that and besides that. That's just the way it's done.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't.
These responses. Number 1, I'm pretty sure I do. I police. 2, what do you mean?
The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials. I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
More like the Anarchy Act, in my opinion. 2, so we can't pull over random civilians and demand their papers? That's weak. 3, makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at me. 4, okay, forget the stupid Wayfarer Act. I had another question.
No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the lady's passport.
You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand that passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
I get to use the command again in relation to the word ancient in a stream. Jeez, I'm on a roll lately. Ancient lover from the Old Kingdom. Whenever there's a word ancient followed by another word, when I'm doing a stream, I like to actually put the command in chat for ancient and then change the second word from writing in the original quote to whatever word comes after ancient in the game I'm currently streaming.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when travelling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Hey, Shaky, welcome. How's your day going?
$1 billion?
One, what exactly is a billion? 2, wow. 3, that's it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time. 4, numbers like that mean nothing to me. 5, the money I owe is so much less than that. In some ways, that's more like a positive kind of response, not a pessimistic one. Numbers like that mean nothing to me. I don't know if that could be considered pessimistic. Not every single response that I'm going to be able to give in this game is going to fall under pessimism. So I can actually choose things that aren't necessarily pessimistic. Yeah, I'll just go with 4.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
So a new thought popped up. that if I was doing a different kind of playthrough, I could potentially internalize, but I'm not going to. Because Cop of the Apocalypse is the one that I'm wanting to actually make the most out of as well.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol. But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
She nods.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least. Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Well, this would be positive, an effective advocate for the rights of local working men. 2, a giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol. Oh yeah, Dr. Darling, they are. Yeah, definitely. I'll stop talking about them. Yeah, once I exited from that screen that I had on. 3, basically a socialist mob. 4, I prefer not to have an opinion on these things. I mean, this is a pretty pessimistic way of looking at things, I guess, maybe. I don't know, I'll go with number 2.
Indeed. And a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
I'm going to go with it happens, because it's a pretty pessimistic sort of thing to be like, yeah, and it happens, you know, indifference, I guess, isn't necessarily pessimistic, but we'll go with this.
Does it? The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Alright, so. Done. Interview the Wild Pines rep. Find the representative of the logistics company who owns the harbour and ask her about the murder. She should be around here somewhere.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
More curious by the minute. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Number 1, it's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life in the world. 2, I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Yeah, Dr. Darling, speak up.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Dr. Darling, you know nothing. What you do know, though, is redacted.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort.
Alright, so suggestion 4 is a high 83% possibility. We've got +1, a dirty alliance, and +1, sympathy for your amnesia. So this is a red check. It means that if I try and fail, then I cannot retry this. But I'm going to go for it, but there's no guarantee that we'll get it. So let's see.
Feelings will guide the way.
Yep, failed it. So just because you have a high percentage of something and you've got +1 of different things doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it to go through. So we're going to have to find the badge to progress this conversation further.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer.
Alright, so morale is down to 1. I was talking about this earlier where for this playthrough, I want to keep the morale low, so I don't want to use what I can to increase it back up to its top. However, I just thought this now too, it's going to go up anyway because of sleeping. Because when you go to sleep in this game, your morale and your health gets refilled, I think. In that case though, I'm still going to go with, if it goes down to 1, I'm not going to risk it going down to 0, so I'm going to use one of the things to actually increase it and put it back to 2. So when I can actually help it, I'm going to make sure that it doesn't go below 1. But there's no way I can go through the whole game keeping it at 1.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Joyce's info on the lynching. There's something she wants to tell you. You just have to present her with your badge to hear it. Or, perhaps if you did her a favor, she could waive off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows.
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Number 1, I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it. 2, what do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking? 3, we could just, find my badge. Or 4, let's get back to her then.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. The lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbor into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way, but one step ahead of the Union in another.
We did, on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Alright, so I'm not going to bother with the 6. You seem rich. Can I have some money? But number 5. Alright. You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality. 2. No time to explain. Just give me the lowdown. 3. Actually, now is not a good time for a reality lowdown. Maybe later.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
Yeah, that's all. You know, like every single element of reality. He needs it all explained. Like every single tiny little detail of all of reality. Nothing too big.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
Alright, so we picked up 2 missions there. One was the jam mystery. Someone's using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients of drugs into Revachol. Joyce said there are 3 drivers at the intersection. Talk to them. One of them must know something about the drug trade. Interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. We'll do that later, but for now, get a reality lowdown. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to ask others to explain the world to you in greater detail. Perhaps try a rich person? Rich people are educated. Joyce is rich and willing to answer your questions. Ask one.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
One, I'm a disco holdover myself. I just thought of that meme from Spider-Man 1, the first movie that they did, not the Amazing Spider-Man 1, and not Spider-Man Homecoming, which is the first of the MCU Spider-Man movies. But the very first original Spider-Man movie that they did. No, wait. I can't say that necessarily because I think there was a Spider-Man movie based on the live action. Anyway, the 2000 and was it 2? Yeah, the 2002 Spider-Man movie. The bit where Norman Osborn is like, "I'm something of a scientist myself." I just thought of that about this dialogue choice where it's like, "I'm a disco holdover myself." And what is Martinez? This one is pretty funny, so I'm just going to go for this one.
Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Smithereens. I forget what that word actually means. Like, I know, like smithereens, like as in it's been completely obliterated, but I want to actually know the official meaning of the word. But also, its origins as well. So it's informal, small pieces. A grenade blew him to smithereens. Where did the term smithereens come from? No one is entirely positive about its precise origins. Scholars think that smithereens likely developed from the Irish word smithereeni, which means little bits. That Irish word is the diminutive of smioda, meaning fragment. According to print evidence, the plural form smithereens first appears in English. I won't read the whole thing, but the rest of what I was reading. Where are we? Oh yeah, so according to print evidence, the plural form smithereens first appears in English in the late 18th century. Use of singular smithereen then follows.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city. The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Did they build the city with rock and roll?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
Depending on your creed, I follow the Assassin's Creed.
In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago.
In the DeLorean century. Can't help but think of the DeLorean vehicle that is used by Doc Brown and Marty McFly. And of course, in the other movies, used by Biff in the 1950s and Biff in the year 2015 and all that kind of stuff. But the car that is used to travel through time in the Back to the Future movies.
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. Sounds very apocalyptic to me.
By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean. The world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Alright, so that's another thought. That, in another playthrough, I could potentially internalize, but for this playthrough, we're not going to. The only one we're going to internalize, and that we've already internalized, is the Cop of the Apocalypse.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
This will play out. This will play well into the timing of the first day, because we're getting around, so we're almost at 2100. There's some things that I want to do when it hits 2100, so this will be good to stop this particular discussion and do it later.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, Detective. Take care.
Shaky Martinez, is it? Sounds like some fancy form of mayonnaise brand.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
What about non-famous people? This book is titled Some Random. Some Random Person. Jakey, whoa, what happened to Harry's portrait? Yeah, so I haven't actually had him look in the mirror yet. So for now, that's the image. I've never played this, but seen bits and pieces over time. Oh, cool, Shaky. Yeah. So there's a mirror in the room that he was staying in. And when you look into it, I think there's like a check that you need to pass. But in any case, looking in the mirror will actually change what you see there as well. Jakey, whoa, didn't know you could skip the mirror. Yeah. I mean, I will at some stage in the playthrough have him look in the mirror. But for now, I mean, at the moment too, we can't go back into the room because we would need to pay for another night, or pay the stuff that is owed to Garth in there.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment thing on me?
Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
I love the ironic hypocrisy of that statement. I don't let anything pollute my body. He takes a long drag on his cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage. I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much, but they do no booze. Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics,
at the Wailing in Rags, when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
Shaky, that portrait looks like you before your coffee. Actually, it makes me think of like the movie Mr. Bean, the very first one, where there's that painting of, is it Whistler's mother or something? And he's supposed to be guarding it or something like that, and he ends up messing up the picture, and he tries to wipe it to fix his mistake, and of course the more he wipes it, the worse he makes it.
Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
That is Shaky, yep, that's the one. Yep, that's the photo. Yeah, the bean picture. That's the one. The part where he first messes it up and he's trying to fix it but keeps wiping it and it makes it all smudge. Yeah, but that's definitely the picture because afterwards he draws he draws that face on it. Shaky, that's so good. It's such a funny movie. Like, of course, having Mr. Bean in charge of something like that, things would go wrong.
Exactly! It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd? You know, the drug crowd?
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Shaky Kilroy was here? Sorry, what's that referencing?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Oh, okay, Shaky. The drawing on the painting looks like the famous Kilroy joke. I don't think I've come across that joke, or if I have, it might have been only once, and I don't remember it.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Okay, the Jam Mystery. Someone's using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients of drugs into Revachol. Joyce said there are 3 drivers at the intersection. Talk to them. One of them must know something about the drug trade. So we interrogated the drivers about the smuggling. Now we need to find out who's the lady driver and where's her lorry. It's 2100. I'm just going to put this off temporarily. I want to go back now for the mission that is about the smoker. The smoker on the balcony.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Tomorrow at 9 p.m. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's on day 2, not day 1. Alright, no problemo. Hey, Biko, welcome. You've never seen this game before. What's it about? Basically, you play as this cop. He had a really, really big drug and alcohol bender. And he woke up not remembering anything. Doesn't remember who he is and doesn't remember that he's a police officer and all this kind of stuff. And so that's one part of the story. The other part is there's actually a dead body that he's supposed to be investigating, and a character named Kim, who is the one that's accompanying us, the one with the orange bomber jacket, he's from a different precinct that has come to actually help with the investigation. So the game is basically 2 stories. You've got the plot of the murder, and then you've got the plot of the character trying to figure out what their memory is. Shaky, please never do a real-time Disco Elysium playthrough, lol. So what is that type of playthrough, Shaky? A real-time one? Oh, I get what you mean now. Like I did with Black Flag. I get you. Yeah, don't do a real-time Disco Elysium playthrough. Oh, could you imagine though? Shaky, you can't advance the game until the next day. I mean, now that you've suggested it, I'll probably do it in the future at some point. But yeah, playing with the kind of like passage of time IRL matching the passage of time in a video game I'm playing. There are some other things that I'd like to do in that vein, as well with other stuff. But maybe not necessarily to the exact same extent that I did, where I was waiting like sometimes weeks or a month or 2 or 4 months. Shaky, this would be a good candidate, to be fair. Oh, absolutely. I mean, the way that the time works too, because it's not constantly ticking down, that would definitely make it a lot easier to work out. Because there are moments where you can actually, there are things that you can do to speed it up. But at the moment, I'm just wanting to use the time as I can to investigate and talk to characters and stuff. Which obviously is one way to advance time, by talking to characters. Obviously, once you've chosen a dialogue choice, you can't keep choosing that over and over again to make the time pass by. It has to be a new piece of dialogue you haven't chosen for them, or with them. Shaky, one of your biggest musical regrets was missing the pre-order for the special vinyl edition of this soundtrack. Oh, dude. Having that, like, that would be really cool. I don't have any of that myself. I don't even have the player that would be able to play it, but Dr. Ronnie, I don't know if you've seen him in chat before, but he got a, I think he got a vinyl version of the soundtrack for Red Dead Redemption 2, actually.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays. No response wherever this woman...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
I was actually hoping you could tell me that. Hope? That's too optimistic. Are you alright, ma'am? You were out. Or 3, me? I am the law around here. Showing concern? That's too optimistic. We're going to go with 3.
Then I don't suppose you could tell me where we are, lawman? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
Shaky, per the record, last sold December 17, 2024, low $170, median $420, high $980. 5 copies from $670. Jeez. Bloody hell. Like, imagine if the person who got those didn't open it, didn't play it, and kept it for however long, and then see what it was worth later.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
Shaky, that's what you used to do. You called it your time capsule. Oh, nice. There's a lot of stuff that I wish I didn't actually open. There's some stuff that was out of my, hands. Like, for example, when I was about 5 years old, my parents got an NES console and games like Legend of Zelda, the version that had the gold cartridge and the gold case and all that kind of stuff. That was opened, of course, and played. But there's some things that potentially I could have got my hands on if I looked, and then, if it was something that hadn't been opened, then potentially could keep it, and all that kind of stuff. Shaky, life's too short, though. All too much clutter, just not worth it. That's totally fair, too, as well, Sometimes you just get to that point where you're like, no, don't need too much stuff, because then, you got to find a place for it, and then it becomes something where it's like, some stuff is like, do you even really want to, do you even need it? I mean, there's probably things that you could say you might need down the line, but what's the probability necessarily that that will actually be a thing that will happen where you can go, this thing I've been keeping for 50 years is, now relevant? It's like, well, that's a long time to wait.
This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
Shaky, do I need 5 copies of Skyrim Atmospheres? What if my house burnt down, Wouldn't be too chuffed with it all then. Well, that's true too as well. I'd be like, damn it. All that, potential money for what it would be worth down the line, down the drain,
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, All of this.
That's all good, Biko. So this game basically is about a cop who lost his memory, but it's also about a murder, and you have to try and solve it. There's a officer from the other precinct, and the character's name is Kim. He's the one in the orange bomber jacket. He's from another precinct, and so you have to work together to solve the murder, but also to figure out what happened to the main character, Harry, which is the guy that we control as. Anemone, get up. You need doing shower, breakfast, and home stuff. Feeling to yourself. See you, Rod, in chat. That's all good, Anemone. I hope that things go well today. Definitely understandable. You got to get those things done as well. But thank you so much for the lurking that you did. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a good one today.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
That's all good, Anemone. No problem at all. Thank you very much as well. Appreciate that. Biko, that's clever. So solving the murder without a memory, pretty much. Yeah. And, there's a lot of mechanics and stuff that this game has, but one of them is there's like a cop type, or a coppo type, and when you actually do certain things, it can potentially unlock one of these coppo types, but you need to then actually do what they call internalizing it. So I've already gotten what I wanted to do for the playthrough, which was the Cop of the Apocalypse. And so you had to wait a certain amount of time to pass if you internalized the thought. And then once you've got the internalized thought to 100%, then it becomes active. And so I've currently got that active right now. So that's one of the parameters of the playthrough, is to do the Cop of the Apocalypse. But also just trying to choose, when I can, like not every single dialogue tree will have a pessimistic option, but trying to find the most pessimistic choice to make when I can. Sometimes there's just no pessimistic choice, so I have to just make whichever one's the best one. Because even good things are difficult being good sometimes. Yeah, well, that's true too. They can, create their own problems sometimes.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
We're going to go with the first option, because the second one, and they live happily ever after, while not necessarily a more positive choice, I'm going to go with the first one anyway, because it's kind of like more pessimistic, I feel.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
1, that's not where I thought it was going. 2, Nod Solemnly, a beautiful song. And 3, that's a terrible song. Well, I want to go with the first choice. The second one implies that Harry actually knows what the song is. That's a terrible song. That also implies that he knows what the song is. Although, he could still critique the element of the song about the outcome, I guess, so that could be fitting. But, I don't know. I'm just going to go with the first choice.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
It's Apocalypse Cop. You better not get shot. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie impression. Gotta watch out for that Apocalypse Cop. How's it going, dude? I hope you're having a good vacation. Hope you and Levy are doing well. Shaky, your dad was an old failed movie villain. He always messed up. I'll never forget when he transitioned to cooking rodents professionally. I would always ask him what's for dinner every night. Rats. Foiled again. There's your joke of the day. Very nice, Shaky. Rats. Foiled again.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
Come on, he thinks. She's not the lady driver.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He's worried, but not for her. For you. What is it about this woman? If she's not connected to anything?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
Hey there, Octavius. Welcome. How's your day going today? Crooked, it's going good, thanks. It's your second last day here before going back. How's Apocalypse Cop doing? That is so awesome that you're doing well, Crooked. I hope that you've really enjoyed the vacation as well. Kind of bittersweet, isn't it, when you go away for a vacation and then you get to like the second last day, and then you get to the last day, and then you're like, well, that's it. It's all over and done with. As for the playthrough, it's going really good. At the start of the stream, not directly at the start, but close to the start of the stream, I completed the Cop of the Apocalypse thought. So we now have that thought actually active and making good progress too. We haven't got the body off the tree yet, but we've done several sort of like missions. We've spoken to Kyono and done all that kind of stuff. We're doing this sort of mission about the drug trade that is suspected, and it's given by that lady that has the boat. So we're doing that as well, and I'm really enjoying this playthrough. It's so cool, and framing what choices I make based on either the whole apocalypse thing or the most pessimistic choice is also being fun as well. And so I'm very curious to see, as we go through the game, now that we have the Cop of the Apocalypse thought actually active, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what kind of dialogue choices we'll be able to actually choose and all that kind of stuff. Oh, cheers, Senny. Thank you, dude. It's just one of these games where it's like, the world is so immersive, like, you just want to really go and do everything and see everything and all that kind of stuff. I think that's one of the reasons why I like this game too. It kind of reminds me of when I first played Secret of Monkey Island when I was 10 years old, where it was just like, I want to go to every sort of part of the game world and explore everything, even if it doesn't lead to anything. Same with like dialogue choices. When I played that game for the first time, I just wanted to choose every dialogue choice and just hear all the dialogue and stuff. But this game has that element too of wanting to explore every nook and cranny. And I just love the different pieces of music in the different areas throughout the game too. I think it was cool to do that.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
Well, I definitely have to choose the third one, because that's really in the kind of like, sort of like pessimistic, but sort of apocalyptic, sort of like uncaring, like here for a short time, here for a fun time, not a long time, that kind of stuff, I guess. The first option is I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself. That's too optimistic to want someone to take better care of themselves. This should be reported to the proper authorities. We're going to go with 3.
Irma, I already am dust.
Dust. Wind. Dude.
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me. How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary. Then the feeling dissipates, and all you see is an aging woman.
I just had the image in my mind of 2 moments in the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy. The first moment is when Bilbo is being stubborn with the ring in the face of Gandalf. And Gandalf basically uses magic to make himself seem larger and more fierce. And it also reminded me of the part where Frodo is tempted to give the ring to Galadriel, and Galadriel is tempted to take the ring, and she flares up and basically shows what kind of character she could become if she was to take the ring. So that description, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary, then the feeling dissipates and all you see is an aging woman. I had in my mind those 2 moments from that movie because in both instances of those 2 examples I mentioned, you have a character that is seemingly made to look fierce and monstrous, but then they just become back to normal again.
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. Oh, Sim. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Herife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
Oh, thank you, Octavius, I am. Yeah, it's going really good. Having a good time with this game as well. It's 10:24 for you, is it? Here it's 7:25 at night. So still very, very early for me. I want to do a long stream of this though, so I was thinking of doing like an 8-hour stream, so that'll take me around to midnight. That'll give me a lot of good progress in this game, because the next stream of this after this one won't be until Saturday then. But I'm about 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, but when we hit the 4-hour mark, I'll go and take a break and then do the rest. But yeah, it's going really good. I hope things are going well with you. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Disco Elysium, Never played this one. Does it worth its price? Well, I definitely think so. The only thing is, I didn't actually buy the game. I just used, well, I've got PSN membership, so I think it's part of that. But I would definitely consider it a game worth actually paying for. You know, it's like with Hellblade. With Hellblade, I played it the first few times on Game Pass, but then I really enjoyed the game so much that I decided to actually buy it outright. So I may do the same with this game down the line. But if you like this style of game, if you like something that's a bit slower paced too, because even though there's like a time, it doesn't constantly tick down. Time in this game only moves forward when you're actually talking to people and choosing dialogue you haven't chosen before, or doing other actions as well, like you can pass some of the time from one day into the next by going to sleep, for example. There's also like reading certain books can make time pass. But there's a bit of a slow pace that you can settle into as well with this. So if you like games where there's a bit of a slower pace and you like all the sort of like, you like to explore and all that kind of stuff, then it's definitely great. But if you prefer something that moves along at a faster pace, it might not necessarily be the kind of game. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like it's very immersive, I feel. And I like the art style too. It's very much like watercolors, water painting, you know. Yeah, it's such a good game, Octavius. Like I really do like it a lot.
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo. Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Okay, so we've identified that the lady driver that was referred to is not that character. I already know who it is, but I'm just saying as a statement of where we are in the investigation. It's 21:20. So I think soon it'll get to the point where Kim will be like, alright, time to call it a day. And then you can choose to do so as well, or you can keep investigating and actually go to speak to characters on your own. Characters might say some different stuff and have different dialogue options if you actually speak to them alone versus speaking to them when you have Kim with you. But Kim's a character you can't just say stay and put him in one spot and then go off. You have to wait until it gets to a certain point in the day when the game is like, right, it's time for Kim to go to sleep, basically. And then you can choose whether you go to sleep too, or if you just keep on going for a little bit.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I'm not going to go completely into this now, but I do want to do a little bit more towards this while we still have Kim with us.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle. Kerfuffle.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This dialogue choice sounds like they should have shot more people in the head then. 2, that's a tragedy. 1, truly a kerfuffle. I'm going to go with 3 because this seems to be the most sort of like pessimistic kind of thing necessarily, although that could be considered optimistic as well, I suppose. Maybe I'll just go with truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Kerfuffle. Shaky, John Kerfuffle. Because I love that word, kerfuffle. There's just certain words that the more you say it, the more funny it just sounds. Like you got words like hooligans and cahoots and kerfuffle. Shaky, you want to play this game, but you have ADHD and worry you can't stay focused. You love reading, though. That's definitely fair, too, as well. Because there's a lot of elements to this game where you can't just, go and do certain things straight away. You need to sort of wait till a certain time, or you need to initiate a certain part of the story before you do, as well. So you might get to a point where there's not much left to really interact with and explore, and you're sort of like also trying to figure out where you want to go next as well. I mean, that can happen too in this game. Like, once we unlock the other side of the city, it definitely creates a much larger world map. I mean, there is a fast travel that you can use, but the map does get bigger than what you actually have at the start. Because this is a bit like Soul Suspect, a guy who gets killed and solves his own murder, but this game is about the police detective. That's definitely a game, Biko, that I've seen pop up, and I wouldn't actually mind playing it as well. I like that concept. It's kind of like a surreal thing too, as well. Yeah, there's definitely a major plot point with this game, Biko, about the detective trying to solve what actually happened to him and figure out all that. But also, there's the dead body as well that's being investigated.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
I'm going to go with 4, because this is the most sort of like apocalyptic, pessimistic kind of I don't give a shit about kings, The options are smart king, cowardly king, I love that king, fucking communists. 4, I don't care about kings, tell me one more thing.
About head shooting? The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember? To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Well, I don't think I am a moralist, ma'am. Not just technically, practically as well. I like what I've heard about these people. 3, if always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am, and also not. I mean, this plays into the whole thing of the main character not remembering things about themselves, like their name, who they are, where they lived, where they live, you know, all that kind of stuff. Now, this one is a bit kind of like positive in the sense that this dialogue says, like what I've heard about those people. I don't know, I'm going to go with 3. It seems the one that will work the best for how I'm playing through this game.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work.
Biko, you love clever games, that's why you love Detroit Become Human, and clever stories like it. You thoroughly enjoyed Beyond Two Souls. You ever played that, Rod? That is a master of a game. Never actually played that one, Biko, but I have seen it being played as well. And the only other games that I've played a bit that were done by Quantic Dream were... I did a little bit of Heavy Rain, but I never actually finished it. I didn't actually get into it at the time. But I feel like I might be spoiled by Detroit Become Human. So it might make it a bit harder to go back to some of their earlier stuff as well. But having said that, though, it's not one of those things where I say I would never play it. But I do like Detroit Become Human a lot. That's definitely a game that I always look forward to replaying. It's also one that I've made an annual playthrough now, so I'll definitely be doing another playthrough at some point this year. Last year I did it towards the start of this year. I did it towards the start of the year last year, but I think I'm going to wait a little bit this time around. But also because I want to figure out what type of playthrough I want to do.
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
Finn.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Control, huh? Better get your orange peels and... Wish I could say what I wanted to say, but it's redacted.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the Citizens' Militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The Zone of Control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the Suzerain and the Commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
Aftermath, eh? Well, that's my favorite part of maths. Aftermaths. Because the maths part is like, just give me a calculator.
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time, in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
We got a lowdown on reality. Get a reality lowdown. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to ask others to explain the world to you in greater detail. Perhaps try a rich person. Rich people are educated. Joyce is rich and willing to answer your questions. Ask one. Keep asking Joyce questions about reality. Or return later. She'll be here whenever you need the info.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the Zone of Control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
Exactly, Mr. Goethe. That is redacted information. It's so redacted that even the person that redacted it can't remember what they redacted, or why.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... we could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right. Good question. What would you have done differently? And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens' Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
Seeking a solution? That's too optimistic. 3, I would have killed more, 400 million if that's what it took. I would have made off with the mineral rights. I don't know what I could have done differently. I mean, this could be considered pessimistic, I guess, but it could also be considered sadistic as well. I'll just go with the 5th one.
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures toward the waters.
Okay, so it's in response to, then you would have died most likely. We can say probably, happily, or no way I wouldn't have fought with the communards. Well, I mean, probably or happily could fit into the approach I'm doing with it. Oh my god, Rod. As I was talking, I was just fidgeting with the D-pad buttons and accidentally pressed the button to heal morale. When was the last autosave? A while ago. Damn it. It doesn't matter ultimately. As long as I don't fully heal morale on my own. It'll heal automatically when your character goes to sleep, but that doesn't count. I want to try and keep the morale at 2, and if it drops below 2 to 1, to then increase the morale. In any case, for the most pessimistic thing, would have died probably happily. Although that's got a positive connotation because it's like, it would have been like, you know, the character's like, I would have happily died, as in I'm pro fighting, so to die for that cause would be a good thing. So we're going to go with probably.
The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martinez Inlet.
No, almost certainly. The commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective.
Ooh, I like that description, especially because of the fact that we're doing Apocalypse Cop and pessimism. Doomed detective.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly. What this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint, grab a bottle, and drain that shit right down your throat.
Of course. Well, I'll be here if you need me. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality. It's a new...
She conveys it in short, cold.
Be my guest.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
It's sharp.
1. Wait, what's an ultra? 2. Dios mío, draw a cross. A liberal. 3. Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself. 4. I don't understand. What's so vile about that?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shitwagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financial colonists. No sane person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
1, you're a monster. 2, I forgive you. 3, I forgive you, but only because you're charming. 4, I don't care. I'm going to go with 4. That's probably the one that's the most pessimistic in comparison to the first 3 options.
A fitting punishment. To be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, The Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez is a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
I'm going to choose number one. You're a smart woman, because it plays into the whole, pessimism thing and burning things down and, all that kind of stuff.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Oops, I accidentally cut off the dialogue.
More lessons in basic reality?
She won't maneuver her way.
I am...
It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. Haven't you? We surrender...
In her grip, forgive, but only because you like her.
A fitting punishment. When the dust settled, with you...
While a
I would not then...
Dark orange...
Perhaps. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Hey, Mr. Epic, good morning. How's it going today?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can...
Likely, yes.
He was acting tough before.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. Ah, if you insist. What do you want to know? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything? Mr. Epic, good. Just heard from a buddy of yours who's like a brother to you that his son is born. Oh, really, Mr. Epic? Well, that's definitely great news. That's cool. Glad to hear that you're going good as well. So pretty much your uncle Mr. Epic now.
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
Mr. Epic? Well, Uncle Diego. Nice, Mr. Epic. Now, it is great news, you know, and when you have people that are important in your life, it's really cool when something good happens for them, and that's definitely cool.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. Now I see why. A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went. Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart. and his spirit don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
Alright, so we have 1. Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation. 2. It's important. I can't blow it. 2. She's a suspect and I need you to tell me where she is or I can't finish the investigation. Force Tommy. 3. Fine. I'll drop the matter for now. Find another way. So this whole approach where it's like, pessimism and all that kind of stuff. Where empathy is like, push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals afterwards. And this is like apocalypse as well, so I guess I could frame it as needing to choose the choice that is the most world-ending apocalyptic thing, and even if it doesn't literally mean the end of the world, breaking someone's spirit, that's definitely a very apocalyptic thing to happen. So we're going to go with 2.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends.
Here. Mallory's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No, I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
Apologizing would be, something I would choose if I was doing a regular playthrough, but I'm not going to worry about it for this playthrough.
Nah, I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cabin. I hope it gets you something. Help someone.
Okay, so, the jam mystery. Someone's using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients of drugs into Revachol. Joyce said there are 3 drivers at the intersection. Talk to them, one of them must know something about the drug trade. So we interrogated the drivers about the smuggling. We found out who the lady driver and where her lorry is. Now we need to search through the lady driver's lorry cabin near the monument. I noticed too that Kim has something to say.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
I haven't, Mr. Epic, no. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the trailer for Death Stranding 2. I haven't even played through the first game, which I do want to do in the future. But yeah, I haven't actually seen the trailer for the second one. You like the Metal Gear reference? That's very nice. Yeah, it's cool when a creator puts references to their other works in different IPs that they work on. The Pay for Damages mission. You need to pay for the damages you caused in the whirling and rags, or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask Gart. So we asked Station for additional funds. Now we need to try negotiating with the cafeteria manager, who doesn't like being called a bartender. I am not a bartender. Hey there, Stan. Welcome. What if you were so pessimistic that you didn't see any point doing a pessimistic playthrough? Now that would be the complete pessimism in full swing there. How's things going, Stan? Welcome.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
1. I will pay you back tomorrow. I'm an honest cop. No, we're not. We're an apocalypse cop. 2. It's cold out. I'll freeze to death because I'm losing the stupid money game. Well, I'm not going to choose that because that's not really, like, come on, man. After everything I've been through, well, I'm going to go with the 4th choice. Kim is about to say something. Let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Another thing. Great. Yes?
Alright, so pay for damages. We tried negotiating with the cafeteria manager. Kim has offered to help. Go to his motor carriage in front of the whirling. Alright. Mr. Epic, you have 2 copies on your Steam account of Part 1. The first copy came free with PC, and the second is the Director's Cut, which you got for $10. Apparently they're separate games. Well, that's cool that you got the first copy free. Yeah, on PlayStation Plus, I think the game is still available on that. Hey, Cody, good morning, dude. Yeah, things are going well. I'm having a good day. Having a good evening as well. How's things with you?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio...
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Cheers, Cody. Thanks, dude. And you're going great as well? Awesome. That's great to hear, dude. I've been really enjoying this playthrough. I wanted to do a Monday stream of it and a longer one to make up for yesterday's short stream. So I'm going to go for about 8 hours. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a break in a moment. I was going to take a break after about 4 hours had gone by.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
Dr. Darling, 24 hours or bust. I guess it's bust then.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either.
Yes, the Bird's Nest Roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Alright, so here we have a question. So 4, thanks, I appreciate your help. Take the spinners. 5, sorry, I can't take them. It wouldn't be right. Don't take the spinners. Thanks, I appreciate your help. That's too positive. That's not pessimistic. I'm actually going to go with, sorry, I can't take them. It wouldn't be right.
All right, let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
And then take them. I want to go around in the game and actually talk to people without Kim, so this will work out well. So I'll just get that in motion and then I'll go on my break.
Yes?
I can't remember now how you initiate that. No. Unless it's one of those things where the game won't accept you not accepting those spinners. Actually, fuck it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
I have something.
Transporting the key.
I confiscated this for a little...
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Items. Radiant spinners. Magnificent hubcap spinners that Lieutenant Kitsuragi has donated to you so that you can pay for your room at the Whirling. They are slate blue and shimmer haughtily in the light. And they're worth 200. Real. Mr. Epic, he literally third-walled when saying you have to go back and gave conversation all over again to get them. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go with this, but the way time works in this game is it doesn't constantly tick down. You have to actually speed up. You have to make time pass by doing certain things. So when you talk to someone and you choose a dialogue choice, if you keep choosing the same dialogue choice, it won't advance the time. So you have to ask a different thing and it will add to the time. There's other ways to make the time go faster as well, but because it's a game where you can't do that. I mean, maybe I could just, keep on going somehow and then, just pass the time through another way. But I'm just going to go through with this anyway. And then as a result of this, we can get Kim quicker so that he can go and sleep. And then that way I can go around and ask questions as just Harry. Because the game doesn't let you tell Kim to stay and then you go and talk to people on your own. So it's only at night time when he goes to rest that you can still keep going on your own and speak to people. Or you can go to sleep as well. You don't have to actually keep on going if you don't want to. But for this playthrough, I think in my first playthrough I didn't do too many moments of having Harry talk to characters on his own. So I think I want to do that in this one.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
It's cool, it's just still open, big city vibes. I'm going to go with this first one, because this is really pessimistic. You do know that it's not really a fine night. The weather is terrible.
Is it? Spring is capricious, yes. The pawn shop is always open.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a misc banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Alright, pay for damages, so we need to return to Gart with spinner cash. We took the spinner hubcaps to a local pawn shop south of the plaza. Mr. Epic, you hate games with time, makes you want to hurry and afraid you'll miss things. Well, the good thing about this game is that you'll only miss stuff if you actively make time progress at a fast rate. Like, I think one of the methods is to look into the character's damage ledger, I think. And then that'll make time, pass. But otherwise, you can take your time, you can sort of like go around and explore. Now, obviously, as you make time progress by speaking to characters and all that kind of stuff, you may get to a point where you've progressed time to a point that a character might not be where they were before. Like, for example, there was a character that was hanging around the pawn shop that isn't there now anymore, but that's because the time of day passed a certain point as well. But there's definitely a lot of leeway that this game gives you with the timing of stuff, so you can spend as much time as you want just exploring and stuff. Shaky, poor Kim, poor everyone except you. That's right, exactly. That's it. Biko, bless Rod's going on his break soon, have his noms. What is Rod having for his noms? Well, I'm not actually going to eat anything, to be honest, but there's some things I need to take care of.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well?
Here's 130 real. Slam the bills down on the counter. I hope you choke on it. Cost, here it is. Sorry for the trouble. Well, that's not very pessimistic. I mean, this is very, angrily as well. I hope you choke on it. That's not necessarily pessimistic, really. I'm just going to go with the first choice.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Okay, so we still have some skill points that I can actually use in stuff, but I'm still going to hold off on that for a little bit because I need to look up some things related to how I'm playing through the game now, especially since I've got the Apocalypse Cop thought completely unlocked. Done. Pay for damages. You need to pay for the damages you caused in the whirling and rags, or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money, and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask Gart. So we asked Station for additional funds. We tried negotiating with cafeteria manager. Kim offered to help. We went to his motor carriage in front of the whirling. We took the spinner hubcaps to the local pawn shop south of the plaza, and we returned to Gart with the spinner cash and paid it.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Mission: find money for rent and pay guard. You need to find 20 real to pay for your room at the Whirling, or it'll be locked after 2100. As long as you don't have a free place to stay, you have to do this every night. So there is a place that we can actually go, and I will take advantage of that. So I won't be paying the 20 real for the staying in the room.
Yes? Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged. Some you time? This is a police investigation.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
I forget now how to have Kim go away. It's probably still due to time. Anyway, I'm going to go on my break before it becomes like 6-hour stream before going on my break. Because the makers of this made Metal Gear Solid, did they? They didn't, no. Yeah, completely different people. Lucas, are you kidding? The cafe manager again? That's him. The guy who doesn't like to be called a bartender. But yeah, we've paid him now for the damages that the character caused. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. Where is that? This is like an entirely made up kind of like country and stuff. The actual city that we're in this game is called Revachol, but I don't know what the rest of the parts of the world in this game are actually called. But welcome on in, Rosie. I hope things are going well. I'm going to go and take a break. Oh, you meant the free sleeping place. So there's another half of this city that you unlock on Wednesday, which is day 3. And then you can go across to the other side, and there's actually a shack that you can find where you don't have to pay any rent or anything. Alright, so I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back. Back from my break. Yeah, Lucas, that was funny. How you said that this city was a colossal shithole earlier. Rosie, it really is. Yeah, there definitely is that aspect to it. I'd say that there's also some really good things about certain aspects of the Revachol place as well. But maybe that's more just external to the actual universe and more the way that the art style has been done for it. Because of the awkward silence of being together, people. So what are people up to? Oh, isn't the weather lovely? Lol, your mind's gone blank. What to say? Yeah, that can happen. I know what that's like. You know, sometimes your mind goes blank. You don't really know what to say. So you kind of resort to general sort of stuff. But there's definitely, you know, times where saying something isn't necessary just to say it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's good to just let things breathe a bit. There's actually that scene in Pulp Fiction. I can't remember the actual dialogue off the top of my head, but there's a scene where they talk about conversations and moments of silence and stuff like that. Yeah, they talk about uncomfortable silences. It's the scene when they're in the 50s themed restaurant. Lucas, crickets chirping. Yeah, Biko, the dust wheel blowing past an empty cowboy town. Lucas, coyotes howling. Rosie, kids are on drugs, adults are alcoholics, businesses are dying, police are as corrupt as they are underfunded. Yeah, well, that's true as well. Yeah, taking a look at the in-universe stuff that's going on. The whole thing about the alcoholism and stuff for this playthrough, I thought I'd lean into that a little bit too, adding to the pessimistic nature and the apocalypse stuff. Lucas, well, the reason why I said that is because everything you've seen in this looks like decaying ruins. Oh, exactly, you know, and that's definitely true. A lot of decay in this. Because this is even worse, forcing yourself saying things. That's even more awkward than silence. Oh, exactly, you know. Like, there are people that constantly want people talking, but not everyone does, you know. Which is, you know, to say, obviously, in a situation where I'm a streamer and I've got a Twitch chat, like, I don't want people to feel like they can't chat in chat, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like, if there's people that don't want to chat, then that's definitely fine too, as well.
An old call box with a matrix of push.
Lucas, this current place doesn't look that bad. Oh yeah. Biko, you love it here. It's got one of the best communities in Twitch for you, just how it is, how it has been. Well, that's awesome, Biko. Yeah, I'm very grateful for that as well.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Rosie, no tie this playthrough? Not necessarily. At the time, I think I just didn't want to bother with it because I wanted to not do certain things at certain points for certain reasons related to what I'm doing in this playthrough. But it's not a no tie playthrough or anything like that. I can't remember my reasoning now. That was 2 days ago.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, we didn't even look at the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
One, don't worry, Kim. I'll be in much better shape tomorrow. We're definitely not choosing that because that's too optimistic. It's all part of the plan. Starting from the outside, working back toward the scene of the murder. I'm sorry I couldn't do more today. I'm just not a very good cop, am I? I mean, that's definitely, pessimistic. But the whole sorry thing, with the end being so nigh, how can anyone expect me to focus on one corpse? We're definitely choosing that. Because that's the apocalypse approach. 5, saying nothing, just look at the city. Yeah, Lucas. Yeah, it was one of those things too with reading people's comments as well. Like, I've had people ask me in the past, why do you say the person's name? And the reason I give is because, like, at any given time, someone might need to go away from their computer or their phone, but they might still have their phone running and the stream going, and they might still have it going on their computer. So they might still be able to actually hear when I respond to their message. So I just like to make sure that when I'm reading out their message, I read out their names so that the person knows that I'm actually responding to them as well. But the only comments I don't necessarily read all of is the ats. I still look at them though, but I don't actually always comment on ats. Like, I might chime in and all that where I feel like it's appropriate, or I have something to say or add to it as well. But yeah, I've pretty much done that from day one as well. I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe not the very first stream I ever did. I can't remember back that far because that was like 2016. I can't remember my method of reading our chat. Like, I do know that when I first started, I didn't have a microphone, so it was just basically responding to people by typing. So that was back when I first started streaming. But I eventually got a headset mic and everything to get working, and worked out how to actually set it up with the Xbox system and all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic, Rod, one game that got cancelled? You keep thinking from time to time it's Scalebound. That game looked really good from what they showed until Xbox screwed it up with the Platinum games. I actually remember seeing that trailer. Yeah, I didn't really follow it, but I do remember seeing that trailer though, as well. Shaky chicken Alfredo for breakfast. Inland Empire, how do you feel about this? Well, I don't know how Inland Empire would feel about that, Shaky, but I would definitely put my thumbs up for chicken Alfredo for breakfast. Mr. Epic, yeah, it's chill here. And that's what I like to do too, as well. To try and... I mean, obviously, I have moments where I speak loudly, because, something in the game has annoyed me as well. Sometimes I'll go silent on that because I've been annoyed so much by the game that I don't even have the effort to actually say anything. But I feel like too, like when you have reactions to stuff, like it's good to actually say out loud what you're thinking when you're reacting to things as well. So if something happens in the game that really annoys me, you'll definitely hear me vocalize my annoyance at it, and things like that. But then there's parts in games where I've been defeated so many times that I just get into this focus mode where I'm just like, right, I'm just going to keep on trying till I get it. And then in that sort of whole focus mode that I do, I don't say anything on mic because I'm just, focusing on the game itself and trying to get past that part. Shaky Rob, we should have a redeem where you do an impression of your choice of one of the inner voices of this game. Oh, yeah. Well, the only problem is there's a lot of voices for these different, aspects that are really, really like they'd be hard on my voice, especially the reptilian brain voice and stuff. But yeah, it might be something I can think about before next Saturday's stream. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Stan, late response. You're decent. Usual Monday stuff. Yesterday spent your birthday doing laundry, dishes, vacuuming, and cooking. Oh, that's all good, Stan. That's no worries at all. So just the usual Monday stuff. Yeah, I hope it ends up being a great Monday as well, But happy birthday for yesterday too. Like, it's a shame that, you couldn't just chill out the whole day. But I really hope you had a good day in spite of having to do all the laundry, dishes, and vacuuming and cooking. So how was it? Mr. Epic, Scalebound and Star Wars 1313, two great games that didn't get a chance. Yeah, that 13, because that was more about the underworld of Star Wars. Because I really do like that element of that universe as well. Okay, so I've got an Arnie scene. Yes, he made it. Get away from me. Leave. Now. Let's go, John. The master's on. Throttle set. Come on, let's go. Please, you can't do this. I have no choice. The eggs has corrupted my system. You can't kill a human being. You said so yourself. Let him go. You're fighting it right now. My CPU is intact, but I cannot control my other functions. You don't have to do this. You don't want to do this. Desire is irrelevant. I am a machine. What is your mission? To ensure the survival of John Connor and Catherine Brewster. You are about to fail that mission. I cannot. You know what you have to do. You know my destiny. I have to live. That's from Terminator 3. Just to explain what's going on in that scene. Essentially, the T-800... Actually, isn't it the T-830 or T-850? Regardless, the important thing is that in that scene, the Terminator that Arnie's playing has essentially become corrupted. And he's almost about to kill John Connor when, things happen and he stops, of course. That's why I was making, sounds like I was being choked or something, because that's what's literally happening in the scene. Mr. Epic, Dark Fate failed that mission. Oh, that movie, I tell you what. as bad as like Genesis was, like I feel like that was worse, that one. And think about it too, like Linda Hamilton, who played Sarah Connor, the last time she played the role after Terminator 2 was doing some voice work for Salvation. There's that scene where John Connor is actually listening to some recordings that his mother made, and it's new dialogue that was recorded for that movie. So Linda Hamilton came back to reprise the role voice-wise, which was really cool. But in terms of like her character actually being in another movie, Terminator 2 was the last time that she played the character fully. And so all that time passes, and we finally get another movie where the character's in it and she returns. And what do? They fuck the character over. Like, yeah, John Connor getting killed is fucked too, as well. I feel like that should have been a nightmare sequence instead that Sarah was having. Even though they had defeated Skynet, in Terminator 2, her having a nightmare that there was another Terminator out there somewhere that they didn't know about that maybe had just, being sent, but hadn't yet tracked them down or whatever the case might be, I think that would have been better. That way, if they wanted to show something shocking like John Connor getting killed, they could do that while at the same time making it that that's not actually what happened and that he was still alive. And they just pissed all over her character as well. Like, completely did. It's like everything that she went through gets discarded by the new character that gets created and gets treated like it's nothing or it doesn't even matter. Now, granted, the other character comes from a different timeline, so it's understandable. But at the same time, they couldn't write the character to be a little empathetic towards Sarah Connor, because for Sarah, she's lived through the reality that she's lived through, and so the fact that this new character that they create just basically, says, well, gives the finger to the character in a way, was just ridiculous. Shaky, thank goodness, Rod. You thought someone broke in and was choking you. Oh, man. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming that. Lucas, you didn't like Star Wars when you were a kid. You're in the whole that's for nerds mentality, but the older you get, the less you care what others think, and now you admit Star Wars are awesome. That's definitely fair too as well, Lucas, Like, there's movies that that can happen too as well. Or it can be, video games or books and stuff like that. Mr. Epic refused to watch it after you saw that the terrible Arnie lookalike, who doesn't even look like him, killed John Connor. Yeah, there's some ideas that I didn't mind, like the idea that Skynet didn't just send a Terminator to 1984 and to 1993, and also 2003, taking into consideration Terminator 3. But the concept that Skynet would have sent multiple different Terminators to different time periods, like that to me makes sense within the idea of Skynet wanting to cover all their bases as well. But there's a lot of other stuff, and it suffers from that problem of let's reboot, let's reset things to a point where we're just repeating stuff yet again. Now, granted, it wasn't the first movie in the series to start repeating stuff, especially after Terminator 2. Terminator 3 follows the same formula. Two characters get sent back to the past from the future. One is a good character, the other one's a bad character. There's a character that's targeted for termination. Both the good character and the bad character go after that target, All that kind of stuff is the same in Terminator 1, 2, well, Terminator 2 and 3. Obviously, Terminator 1, it's a human that's the good character, and the Terminator that's the bad character. In Terminator 2, it's the T-800, Arnie's model, that is the good guy, and the T-1000, Robert Patrick's model, is the bad one. And then in the third one, it's Arnie's model Terminator is the good one, and then the TX, played by Kristana Loken, is the the bad Terminator. So it did follow that, but it just resets everything to a point that is the same as what came before. It's like they should have come up with a different story. Alright, so I'm not going to choose one, which is don't worry, Kim, I'll be in much better shape tomorrow. It's all part of the plan. Sorry I couldn't do more today, not very cooping way. With the end being so nice. Yep, this was the one I was going to go with With the end being so nigh, how can anyone expect me to focus on one corpse?
What if this murder is important? As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him, so that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
One, I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast. The rest has to try to keep up. That makes me think of Pulp Fiction again. The scene where Jules and Vince are driving in the car and Marvin accidentally gets shot in the head, and then they have to get the character the Wolf, played by Harvey Keitel, to actually turn up. And he says something about, you know, I think fast and I act fast and I talk fast. You know, I'm training for a long distance run. I want to raise money for charity. Yeah, that's just how we roll in Precinct 41. I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I don't really know which one I should choose, but I'm just going to go with 4.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Shaky, please don't remind you about CGI Arnie. About CGI who? What? Mr. Epic, that movie makes zero sense. Sincera shouldn't have lived that long because she died of cancer. It doesn't matter how badass you are. You can't just throw it out with cancer. And how can you change an iconic name like Skynet into Legion, which has been used so much already in other movies and shows? That is true. That's something that sort of gets, you know, not looked at as well. The only explanation I could sort of see that they don't even give anyway would be the whole thing about, you know, different timelines and stuff. But that's just muddying the water even further as well. Octavius, thank you so very much for the 5 bits. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Mr. Epic, you played the Terminator Resistance game. You really like the story, really loyal to the original Terminator, but you will never play the Terminator Dark Fate RTS game. Yeah, I don't blame you. I remember there was this Terminator game based on Terminator 3. It was a third-person... It actually... Was it Terminator 3 Resistance or something? No, it wasn't Resistance. It wouldn't have been Resistance. I can't remember the full name of it, but I played a little bit of it. It wasn't too bad. I think it also had some parts of... I think the opening of the game was in the Future War, and you played as the T-800 that gets sent back. Cody, they may have their own multiverse, lol. Yeah, that's true as well, you know. But yeah, I mean, if you look at movies that have time travel involved too, like in Back to the Future, if you go back in time and you do something which interferes how someone comes into being, for example, like with Marty, on the photograph of Marty and his sister and his brother, as the time goes on in the movie, on the photograph, his family is starting to actually fade off the picture. So that's obviously a way to show the audience that there is an effect happening with Marty being in 1955 when he shouldn't actually be there, and interfering with his father getting hit by Lorraine's father's car means that Lorraine actually falls in love with Marty instead, and so there's all these ramifications. So in that movie, that's how they show that what's being done is affecting time. But for everyone else, that's not affected, there's just this sort of like memory wipe thing, I guess, that goes on, where they just wake up in the changed reality, and only the person from a different reality knows, and all that kind of stuff. But even if they did something like that in the Terminator series, I don't know how it would be anyway, if it would be good or not to do it that way. While we're talking about Terminator, that Terminator 2D game that was announced recently, that is really, really cool. I definitely want to play that. It comes out in September. It's a retro-style pixel art game called Terminator 2D No Fate. There's also behind the scenes on it, but I'll put the link into chat about the announced trailer. It's just so well done. I could already see what games I'd like them to tackle on, like what movies I mean as well. There's some movies where I'm like, you know what, that kind of approach would be pretty cool, I think.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
I just chose it because I'm like, the other two options, I don't really feel like there's any way that they fit into the pessimism angle I'm going with this game. So I just thought I'd choose that one because it's a choice and it moves things along. Mr. Epic, you like the Futurama thing where Fry became his own grandfather because he went back in time and accidentally did it with his grandma? Damn, what a conundrum that is. That game looks funny indeed. It really does, Mr. Epic. It really, really does. I still remember playing the NES Terminator 2 game. A friend of mine brought it over and played it. Got through the first couple of levels, but the first level was like, at the is it a diner? Yeah, at the diner, and was like, side-scrolling, like beat 'em up. And then the second level was like on the motorbike, and you had to shoot the truck that the T-1000 was in and that. So I played that, and also Terminator 2 on the Super Nintendo as well. Actually, I should play those Terminator games before I play that Terminator 2D Fate, because that's a game I definitely want to get on launch day, the Terminator 2D game.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something ominous.
Very fitting. Apocalypse. Something ominous. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning. How's things going? Mr. Epic, you went to the arcade back in the time and played a Terminator game, but don't remember which one. The arcade with the toy gun, it was fun. Oh, I don't know if it was the exact one or if it was the port of it, but I do remember playing a Terminator 2 game on the Sega, was it CD, I think?
Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him. The lieutenant breathes out a chestnut-scented cloud of cigarette smoke and looks at the city he's sworn to guard.
Do you?
1, things are bad out there. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. 2, they've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. 3, we are stooges, the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting bourgeois rights. Mutter silently. Immigrants, liberal, kips, ficking men are turning into women. On second thought, I don't have an opinion. Forget about it. Yeah, I'm going to go with 5. I can't really think of anything that goes into the pessimistic side of things.
My kind of police officer.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses, the red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Well, I'm sorry, game, but it's still actually Monday for me. But when it hits after midnight, it'll become Tuesday.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
Mr. Epic, is no fate name a jab at the movie? I wouldn't be surprised. They did say in that game that there's going to be multiple endings as well, so it's not like a strict adaptation of the Terminator 2 movie from start to finish, which I think is fine. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what those other multiple endings are, to see what they've come up with. You know, Dumbledore, lots of talking. There definitely is in this game for sure. I'm playing the Final Cut version, and there's an option for how much of the text you want read, and there's only some things that don't get read by narration. So there's some things that I'll read myself, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm not reading. But I've put it to full voices, so that way I don't have to read absolutely everything. It's good when games offer that option, or they have, you know, a character saying something. It's like with the Tomb Raider reboot games. I really like doing playthroughs where I get 100%, and that way I don't have to read out the journal entries when I get them as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of talking in this game, Dumbledore. A lot of reading as well.
This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land. in Jamrock in the GRIH.
Kuno.
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
I'm definitely not choosing the first choice for my pessimistic playthrough. I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here, at least do some good. Now, that's too optimistic. Definitely choosing the second option. We won't change anything here.
Probably not. Anyway, positive change happens slowly. We never really get to see the impact of our actions. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Alright, so that's that mission done, which was the end of day debrief with Kim. Kim can answer any lingering questions you may have about the case in the RCM. Join him on the Whirling and Rags balcony after 2200 when you're calling it a day. And now we have.
Yes?
Kim is like, see you in the morning. Bye. Alright, so I'm not going to have the character go to sleep yet. So now I'm going to go around and explore and speak to people as Harry on his own.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted blue.
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic. No problem.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago. The worker is in a deep slumber. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it?
the fuck about it.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
You're testing Kuno's patience here. Get lost, Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen, then writes something on the paper in front of him. He shouldn't be doing that. He should be here discussing the footprints. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The corpse looks at you with mute, liquefying eyes. A dark, froth-like liquid has gathered on his lips. It's sickening.
An abysmal place, Earth. Oh, don't get me wrong. 1,000 years ago, it had character. The Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, Watergate. Now it's just mind-numbingly dull.
Thanks, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that for... what is that from? Thanks for redeeming the Bane impression.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Mr. Epic, it's Q from Star Trek The Next Generation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's John Delancey's character, isn't it? Who played William Miles in Assassin's Creed Revelations and 3. He was great as William Miles. The actor they have now isn't terrible per se, but I think John Delancey was a great choice for William Miles. And he played him at a point in the series where they really fleshed out his character a little bit. Well, I mean, in video games that is. I'm sure in the comics they've done a lot more.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Electrochemistry, challenging 12. Is Roy high, and if yes, then what is he on? Electrochemistry 5. High, 72% chance. +1, Roy doesn't really sleep.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard, he's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too. We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment and early deaths, cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's, everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
Mr. Epic, aren't comics still on the decline and barely being bought these days? You saw a video once of a store where there's just one shelf of comics and like the rest of the store being full of manga because that's being sold a lot. Well, no idea, to be honest. Like, the comic book medium isn't the medium that I've really lent into a lot. So I don't really know the status of the industry and stuff.
The clean-up happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Here we go, Lucas. This character says that Revachol is a shithole as well.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Hello again, officer. How are things? I'm a Nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd.
Hey Schiller, the stream is going really well. We're still on day 1, Monday, in the game, but we're soon going to be in day 2. I'm just going around now as the main character Harry on his own. When it comes to the other character Kim, he'll eventually need to go to sleep, and so when he goes to sleep, the game lets you actually explore on your own as Harry, and you can do things towards the investigation, but I did read that it actually affects things with Kim. So there might be some things that you go and do on your own that when he finds out you did, he might be upset and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not really going to do anything like that, but more just have a look around. But it's going really good.
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying to the music, her eyes looking at nothing in particular.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Cheers, Sheila. Thanks, dude. I'd say it'll probably take me at least another 3 streams, maybe 4 to do the whole playthrough, but that's just a guesstimate, really. It could even be less. Or more.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese.
To push him out of the way. Oh yeah, that'll go down well. Yeah, Sheila, that's actually a good point. That could provide a playthrough idea. Pissing Kim off. Mr. Epic, you really like things like Cyberpunk 2077 or Blade Runner, you like the setting of that. Yeah, I don't blame you. There's definitely a lot of great visuals too that come with that. That's why I also like the Deus Ex games as well.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
It's so funny, Cindy the Skull still says officers, even if you come to see her just as Harry on his own.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Wanted to talk to Joyce with Harry on his own this time.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall, a real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right. What next?
Yeah, Mr. Epic, I haven't actually played that game yet, but it's cool that Keanu Reeves plays a character in it. There was a movie that he did called Johnny Mnemonic that I never actually saw, but it was sort of like a cyberpunk style kind of movie. Okay, so we have Esprit de Corps. It's level 6, even 58%. +1 RCM Kim debrief done. So we're going to try for this as well. I don't feel this would be something that Kim would be upset about if we spoke about, because it's not about the actual investigation. It's more just something about the nature of reality discussion that you can have with Joyce. So let's see how we do.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Alright, so we would need to put skill points into Esprit de Corps to open this white check again as well. That's fair.
Glad to have been of assistance.
You saw it, you liked it? Oh, cool. Yeah, because that was one of his movies I never actually saw. Alright, so let's make a save and want to review something. Okay, so Esprit de Corps. There we go. Connect to Station 41, understand cop culture, psyche base +5, learn skills 0, bonus from items +1, bonus from thoughts 0. Cool for cops, cop aficionados, and pretend cops. Esprit de Corps is the very spirit of policing, the copgeist. It enables you to understand your blue-souled sisters and brothers, not only by picking up subtle signals from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing to enable, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. However, without Esprit de Corps, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations, remarks that might just save your life. What I might do is just see. I'll put 1 point into that. And then try this again.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Okay, so the level of our Esprit de Corps is now 7, high, 72% chance, +1 RCM Kim debrief done. Let's see how this goes.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
Mr. Epic, so you mean you never saw the dolphin that could shoot lasers and could hack? I definitely didn't know. That sounds pretty wacky.
You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective. Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
I like these options. 1, so I'm basically a lackey of capital. 2, so I'm basically a thrall to foreign interests. 3, so I'm basically one of the good guys. 4, so I'm basically going to avoid this subject and ask the next question in this line of inquiry. I'm going to go for 4.
Truly moralist of you. The coalition government would applaud you for staying out of politics. And yet, there's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Hey, Lucinda, good morning. How's your morning going? And I hope you had a great rest of your stream yesterday as well. Disco Elysium is going really good. We're almost in day 2. The character that has been with us, Kim, he's actually gone to his room now, and he's asleep. But you can also go and investigate on your own without him, which certain things that you do on your own that relate to the case, if you actually do them without Kim there, they may actually have a negative effect between you and Kim. So I'm going to avoid doing that. But you can actually keep on exploring and looking around. But soon I'm going to have to make it go to the next day. But yeah, it's going really good, making good progress. And at the start of the stream, towards the start of it, I unlocked the Cop of the Apocalypse thought. So that's been fully done now. And so there's been some perks that have come in handy. Like there's a perk with increasing, I think it was increasing Esprit de Corps, one of the skills. Oh no, it wasn't, sorry. I'm thinking of something else. It was Inland Empire and Shivers. The learning cap for those skills have actually increased. There hasn't been a whole lot of like apocalypse options yet for dialogue, but I'm assuming that's going to change as we move into day 2 and then onwards as well. But I went around to other characters and spoke to them again, just in case there was any new sort of like dialogue related to the apocalypse after getting the Cop of the Apocalypse actually sorted, but not as yet. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, it's going really good.
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective. Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the emergence. Truly, there's not yet. The post they call. So permit me to. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
There's no point even trying this conceptualization. It's at impossible 20 with a very low 3% that will actually do it.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Nothing else. Lucinda, nice. GG's on the progress. Thank you so much. Are you doing okay? You're really tired today. You keep yawning and stretching and do not want to go to work today. The rest of your stream went well. You're maybe 1/3 through the game now. Still lots to go and only 3 stream days to finish it in. Oh, damn. I know what that pressure is like, though, where you only have a certain amount of time that you need to get game content done in. Hopefully you'll get that, done in the 3 stream days as well. Having to deal with what you had to with the graphics definitely ate into some time as well. So hopefully you won't have to keep on doing that every time as well. I hope, you can have a good work day, even if you're, like, really tired as well. How many hours would it be? Is it like a regular amount of work hours for today, or is it sort of like a bit less? I guess being Monday, though, it's probably one of your longer work days, is it? It's a full on-site work day today. Damn. They're like, you will be here all day.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology.
Are you sure you don't mean astronomy? That's what I said. Astrology.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Well, I guess it's better than saying colostomy. Okay, so I've done enough looking around. Oh no, hang on, there's some characters I forgot about that I want to talk to as Harry alone. I need to go this way. Oh, they're not there anyway. That's fair enough. Some characters don't hang around when it's late at night in this. Ooh, hang on. I just thought of something to try with Harry on his own.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore. You ring the doorbell. Just seeing the words, all you hear is static. You ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has silence. No one's home. Silence. No one. Nothing happens after you ring the door. Silence. No one answers you.
I need to ask Gart a really important question that I haven't asked him this stream yet. It's his favourite question.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
Well, I can't ask that question anymore, unfortunately, but it's still related.
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why? That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Was there anything else? Like what?
I think we hit a nerve here.
Do I have a shake?
He sounds irritated.
Am I smiling? That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Was there anything else?
Now, you're sure you're not a bartender?
Like what?
Alright. Time to have Harry go back to his room. And there's some things I need to look at now that we've got access to it again.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
So we have visual calculus 1, which is an even 58% chance. Plus 1 has been here a while. It's considered an easy 9, but we still could fail it, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Nice, it worked. Alright.
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. Something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe.
Well, maybe it wasn't me. Yeah, it was the wind. The wind blew your shoe off so hard that it actually flew through the window. 2, I'm sure I had a good reason for it. Maybe I was trying to hit someone. 3, what a stupid thing to do. Listen, if you try something that you have a chance to succeed at, but you fail, does it allow you to retry it, or is it risky to try something if you might not succeed? You can retry it, but you might actually have to put points into a certain skill to increase the chances, which actually happened in this stream a few minutes ago, because there was a character I was talking to, and I tried to get through a white check and it failed, and then there was a skill that it said that I would need to improve, so I improved it, and then I tried again and got through. The only checks where you can't, try again at all, regardless, is the red ones. What's the most pessimistic thing to say? I'm sure I had a good reason for it. Maybe I was trying to hit someone. I mean, you could be pessimistic and wanting to hit someone with a shoe, I guess. I want to go with 3. That seems the easiest for me to answer, to progress things.
Pretty much. But hey, at least you found your shoe. Not that it will keep you warm at night. Brr.
Listen, I see. Yeah, it's an interesting kind of mechanic as well. Sometimes, too, it'll also depend on what item you actually have. Tool you actually have. So, for example, if you try to open something without the bolt cutters, then having the bolt cutters in your hand, though, will actually increase the chances. So it's also that, too, as well, depending on what it is.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
I don't think this will succeed. Savoir faire, medium 10, grab the tie. Savoir faire is at 0, a low 17%. This is a white check, so you may retry it, but still. Listen, he didn't know what the color of the text meant. Oh yeah, that's something too I haven't really paid much attention to. Like, do you mean the text about what it is up the top? Like, for example, the savoir faire? Do you mean like the yellow of that, like the color of that, or the red low, or the bottom one as well? Because I haven't really been paying attention to the colors.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Lucinda, you said you had white check and red text, so I thought that's what you meant by which ones you try or not retry. Oh, I see, Lucinda. Yeah, you've got white checks and red checks, but I don't know if it makes the text red or not for the red checks. I haven't been paying attention to that. It's one of those things where I didn't think about it until you mentioned it, because I don't think about it.
The lights are on.
So this increased our chances. We still might fail at this, but actually turning the fan off might actually help. So we did that. Savoir faire is now an even 58% chance. Plus 3, fan is turned off.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning. The necktie is no longer contained.
It's so funny. The icon for savoir-faire. It reminds me of the face hugger from the Alien franchise, which is interesting too because it also makes me think of someone wearing yellow plastic gloves that you might use for washing up, and having like the top part of their hands pressed against each other with the fingers out like that, which in Alien, when you actually look at the face hugger, that's not too far from the effect that they actually used to make the pulsating and the thing inside look like it did. It was literally someone's hands doing that. I can't remember if they had gloves on or not, but they were actually doing that kind of thing inside the actual egg when Kane looks into it once it's opened up the top. Yeah, Lucinda. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like if you looked at a wall and someone said, "Oh, how many flecks of dust are on there?" It'd be like, "Oh, I didn't really notice the flecks of dust because I was looking at something else on it." Cody, the light's on, but you're not home. Your mind is not your own. Clip from an awesome song. Which song is that, Cody? I don't know if I've heard that one. I've heard the expression, the engine's running, but there's no one behind the wheel, which is from the first Ace Ventura.
What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Alright, so, horrific necktie, +1 Inland Empire, vivid imagination. The necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. Cody, so it's Addicted to Love by Robert Palmer. Oh! That song. When you said the lights on, that popped in your head. It's so funny how that works, isn't it? I have that happen with so many different things. It may be completely, unrelated to the actual thing, but there's just an element of it that makes me think of something else straight away that has a similar kind of thing or element to it.
A mirror hangs on the wall, covered in steam. You cannot see yourself, just the outlines of a man. You have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Which is very fitting for the apocalypse. Just need to check something for a moment. There's something I need to investigate further on that I don't need to worry about directly right now, but I was just thinking about it. Like the image of the main character in the bottom left-hand corner, the way it looks at the moment, I feel like visually that's really fitting for a pessimistic apocalypse cop playthrough. So I'm just going to leave it be for now. If you wipe the mirror, there is the opportunity for him to see his face, which then changes what the image is of him on the screen. But I don't yet know if I want to change it. It might not have any effect on gameplay by having the image of his face appear or change in the bottom left-hand corner. But I kind of like the aesthetic for it for this playthrough. So we'll just leave this away. We'll just leave this again for now. Shaky, thank God. Thank you, Rod. So good to see a new aesthetic choice, not the grin. Oh, really, Shaky? Yeah. It's too forced of a meme to you. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, because I wanted to double check, and it was one of those things too where sometimes you just want to get a quick answer. So you go to Google and you type in the question you want, and then you look and there's like a lot of responses on different sites where it's like in great detail, and you're like, look, I just wanted a simple kind of quick thing. But it's something I can look at later, and then worry about. It's not urgent or anything like that. Alright, so it's time to finally call it a day on day 1, Monday, in-game. For me, IRL, there's 2 hours away until it's actually Tuesday. So, at least part of this stream has taken place not only on a Monday, to match the fact that the game is actually on a Monday, and has been, but also the fact that when it becomes Tuesday for me, it's going to be Tuesday in the game as well.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
And also, it's after 9 p.m. for me IRL. It's 10 p.m.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Listen, you'd love to crawl into bed right now and be like, work, you do you on your own. I'm going to stay here.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Hey, Gorky. How's your day going today?
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh, that's really good, Gorky. Glad to hear that you're doing well. All we need now is a siren to go off in the distance, and we could say that we've crossed over into Silent Hill.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
Going to choose 2. Dr. Darling, did anyone say Silent Hill? They sure did. But don't speak too loudly in Silent Hill, because then you'll ruin the mood and you might get some unruly citizens coming after you. They won't be too happy about it. So Gorky, who voices that in the game? You think you heard it before? Not too sure exactly. I don't recognize any of the voices from other things I might have heard as well. But there's a lot of voice work that was done for this game later as well. Like, I think there was a certain amount done in the initial version, and then as time went on, they added more voice work to it. So I don't know if a lot of these actors are just, part of like independent actors or what they might have done and stuff.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
This is the only option I can actually choose now. It's not very pessimistic. It's a lot more hopeful. I can come back from this, but we have to choose it anyway.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Okay, so because we actually went to sleep, your health and your morale gets completely filled back up again automatically. Otherwise, though, for this playthrough, I need to keep the morale low. So when I lose morale, I can't actually heal morale. If I accidentally do, that's one thing. But when we get down to having just one bar of morale, I need to make sure that I'm going to use the morale, like use the things that can increase morale as well. So whatever morale we lose as we go along on day 2, I just have to accept. If it goes down to 1 bar, then that means that I have to actually use a morale to keep it above that, because you can get, I think you can get a game over if your morale goes to 0. So I don't want that to happen. But I want to have low morale for the playthrough as often as I can as well. But because you need to actually go to sleep, well, I mean, do you need to go to sleep? Yeah, because the progression is, oh no, hang on. I don't know. This is something new that I added to the run before starting the after starting the playthrough. So I don't yet know whether or not I want to play into it too much. I guess you don't have to go to sleep. Alright, do you have to sleep? Okay, what happens if you don't sleep? Time won't advance beyond 0200 if you don't sleep. Okay, so there is... Alright, you have to. Time stops at 2 in the morning and then it won't progress anymore until you sleep. Well that answers my question then. Alright. So the morale meter is actually the bottom left-hand corner, the blue meter, and the orange meter is health. So the morale meter, if that gets down to 1, then to make sure it doesn't go below that, it's not something that is gradually happening automatically. You do certain things in the game to make you lose morale. So as I go through, if the morale gets down to 1, then I have to actually bump it back up to 2. But there's no point in putting it fully, because for the whole pessimistic angle of the playthrough, I want to have low morale. So it's a little bit of a balance there with the morale thing. But yeah, when you go to sleep, it automatically refills that. So the only way for me to go through the game, I can't go through the game and not increase morale. You know what I mean? So it's a thing that will automatically happen if you go to sleep. But it doesn't really matter too much in this playthrough. It's just something I thought as I went along. Oh, it'd be interesting to add that as the thing with the morale. Like earlier, I accidentally pressed the button to heal the morale to make it go up to level 3. But it's still low, so that was all good.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? I just had the most beautiful dream, uplifting, rejuvenating. 3. Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
That's all good, Biko. I hope you have a really good walk. Thank you for being here and watching. I'll be streaming for another couple of hours, but if I'm not streaming by the time you return, I hope you have a great rest of your day as well.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Oh, Biko, that's all good for the stream. Absolutely no worries at all. May or may not be back in time for your stream. Probably not have... Oh, that's definitely fair enough, Biko. Yeah, but no, I'll be going for another 2 hours. Well, another 50 minutes. Sorry, another hour and 50 minutes now, because it's almost 10 past... Well, it's almost 6 hours and 10 minutes of stream time. But I wanted to do 8 hours. So in this playthrough, I'm not going to be worrying about the character doing drugs and stuff. But I do want to lean a little bit into the alcohol side of things for this playthrough. So even though this is a pretty optimistic thing to say, half the town won't be dead, I can do this without the speed and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to choose this anyway.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Now that we're in day 2, we also have some new characters that have actually appeared that can be interacted with and talked to.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. A lot of things point to the dock workers union. The circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information... actually... That's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Awesome. Another mission done. find out who is in the Union box. Guard has told you some unruly Union men gather in the mess hall of the Whirling in Rags. They're not there today, but most likely they'll eventually show up. Keep an eye out for them. So we've done that mission now.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you?
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
And this is too optimistic of a thing to say. Good day. Ugohi, good day to you too. A day of goodness. See, shit ain't nothing to me. This guy's moved from where he was in day one.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
This was expected, but just to show. So, as a result of our choices, it has now changed these two. Empathy, very low, 3%. -4 forced him to out the lady driver. In conceptualization, -6 forced him to rat out lady driver.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Interesting. So with Silang, we got a +1 for ratting out the lady driver. Well, he did. He did the ratting out. We won't be able to get access to the other side of the city until day 3.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
something that we can do now that I've got Kim back is related to the truck.
This green found A to Z Contemporain is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our men pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
That's all good, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here before you go to work. Really hope that your work day goes well today. Definitely would like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1 at the moment. We'll also be doing The Last of Us Part 2 as a back-to-back playthrough. Later, she'll be getting back to her Resident Evil marathon that she's been doing with Resident Evil 5 as the next game in that series. Also, a big fan of the Dishonored series, so definitely likes stealth games as well. Also has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well, both static ones and animated ones as well. Definitely recommend. No worries at all, Lucinda, for the shout-out. No worries at all. Thank you so much again for being here, especially before going to work as well. Definitely appreciate the lurking before, the lurking when you go to work and when you're about to go to work and all that too as well. But thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a really good day. Definitely catch you again soon.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just... The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. The actress is draped in a sheath dress. A feeling of wait, does the actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
The Jam Mystery. Someone's using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients of drugs into Revachol. Joyce said there are 3 drivers at the intersection. Talk to them, one of them must know something about the drug trade. So we interrogated the drivers about the smuggling. We found out who the lady driver is and where her lorry was. We searched through the lady driver's lorry cabin near the monument. And now, report back to Joyce. But first, Kim wants a word.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road. We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over, after you.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Until you come up with something at that intersection, I'm afraid I have little else to tell.
She simply nods.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hello again, sir.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
Looking for something to read. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance. Don't buy it. They all need help. The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it?
You're testing...
Get lost, Kuno.
It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. You see hawthorn bushes outside. Photos of men in overalls, toting guns and Union placards.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside.
This is interesting, how it says perception sight 2, very low 3%, minus 12, it's not time yet, +1 mysterious door scene.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know there's something out there.
Yeah, your mother.
Let me handle this. Detective Disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome. No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What? What was that?
What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway, you junior delinquent. But you still did.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
This is where you say your bit.
Your bit? Okay, so I said it. What happens now? Alright, so we're now in Tuesday. Interrogate the vigilantes. You need to interrogate the men in the union booth. Find out what they know about the hanging in Martinez.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge him.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut. You're gonna get a good head count here. Just wait.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy!
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down.
No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Of the actors here, you could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
Okay, so interrogate the vigilantes. Return to the Hardy Boys with more evidence. Try talking to their boss or examining either the tracks on the crime scene or the belt around the victim's neck.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Alright, so visual calculus. I think I'm going to fail this check, but I'm going to try anyway. Visual calculus 1, low 28%. +1 counted the Hardy Boys. Just because you see a +1, 2 or 3 or however many, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the check completed. Same with the percentage as well. Like, you could have 90% in something, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to be able to achieve it.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. The Hardy Boys in the mess hall of Whirling in Rags.
There we go. Got it. That +1, speaking to the Hardy Boys, definitely helped in that regard.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something? 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? Maybe you're right and it's someone else, although I doubt it. 200? This could be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Maybe it wasn't.
There is real, palpable excitement in his voice at the prospect of it not being a giant.
It could have been, but if it wasn't... The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that obese. He's more like a farm boy. Definitely not 250 kilograms on his arm. You have to admit, he's the best fit we've got. I do. The fat guy. I think I heard them call him Angus. Most likely to have carried the victim over. Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy boy. Wonder who he is.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the Old Soul. Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should start with Titus Hardy. See what he's got to say on the matter. This might throw them off. Work in our advantage. So what else? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Ravachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy boys.
Which one is missing, do you think? I'm going to say it was our Old Soul. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us much, but we should still confront them about the possible drug trade connection.
Confront Hardy boys about drug trade. A person present at the lynching is also involved with the drug trade through the harbour, which links them to Hardy's boys. See what Titus has to say about it.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Hey there, Oliver. Welcome. Your first comment of the stream. How's it going, dude?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, He really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
Really, Oliver? Oh, that really sucks. I hate when that happens. That's happened to me too, as well, where a streamer has gone live, and then the notification pops up for me, and I'm like, oh, cool, they're live, and they're not, because they went live a few hours before I got the notification, but then by the time I did, they had already ended a few hours ago. Hey there, Scar. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for leaving the lurk as well. Thank you.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Oliver, language. Too fucking true.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
Oliver, you talk to your mother with that mouth punk.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Alright, so done. Confront Hardy Boys about drug trade. A person present at the lynching is also involved with the drug trade through the harbour, which links them to Hardy's boys. See what Titus has to say about it.
Incriminating? Now that's a big boy word. You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
Who do you fucking think does?
Titus, no one was thinking.
No. Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right. Fucking here.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service. Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
I'm not going to try this, but there's a composure thing you could try. Oliver Dennis, your mum was so fat when she wore a t-shirt with a big H on it, a helicopter landed on her. Run! Get to the chopper! Oliver, Titus is a menace. He really is. You're not wrong there. They should have called him Dennis. That way he could be called Dennis the Menace.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place. Got what was coming to him.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
I'm still not going to try this, at least yet, because even though it says +1, Shanky might be lying. That's not enough for me to confidently even attempt.
Like what, Copper? Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
Oh, your town, Titus. Did you actually, were you there when the town was actually built? Were you the one who built it?
And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
A wandering Misthios in 430 BC kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoi and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!"
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?"
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Accidentally skipped over the dialogue there because I didn't pay attention to the actual subtitles and the separation of the actual dialogue versus the description.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
Titus, do not answer. You have been forthcoming enough.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too. She doesn't need more embarrassment.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment. If someone has been sexually assaulted, we need to...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil, but...
It won't be for long, she means. It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
I'm going to reselect some dialogue just so that I can get that dialogue again that I accidentally skipped past.
We hanged him up by...
Didn't they?
You're pretty certainly enough to not put up with this.
Titus.
We over...
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
With number...
No,
With numbers at...
No, he hasn't.
What you...
Titus lets the others clear out the details.
Like what, Copper? Why? 'Cause I am.
What kind of
The kind that...
A live grenade.
This one hasn't.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild.
'Cause one night he walks...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it either.
Wrong?
There's slight
To kill us all, if we don't open the gate.
Yeah. He said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful... Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
There we go. Now I got the rest of his dialogue.
What about him? How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
I'm going to go with the fourth option. Because there's nothing really there that I could say is, pessimistic or anything.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
I'm not going to try this check. Authority 5, low 17%. +1, confronted about drug trade. +1, discussed 8th party. -1, though, weak when you first met. Alright, so Tuesday, prove your authority to Titus Hardy. You have to gain authority in Titus's eyes for the investigation to advance. Soften him up first. Maybe investigate the crime scene or the body. Look for a witness. Get help from the union boss or the company rep. Tie them to any other crimes.
Can I help you?
Yes? What do you see? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly, yes. Interesting.
Oh.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the odd soul. Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter. A week?
It is not.
As I said, I
already covered a lot of this stuff. Just wanted to relook it though.
What do I then?
Indeed.
So far,
of course, there were 8 tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I doubt the Hardy.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
So there's been a change on this. So endurance 4, low 28%, +1, you've waited long enough. Alright, so let's give this a shot.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Well, we definitely failed that check, but we can actually do it again later.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Keep it.
One thanks to I don't need your pity. No. This isn't pessimistic. This is just, angry. So I'm just going to go with 1.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fruit store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Items. Lieutenant's handkerchief. The handkerchief given to you by Lieutenant Kitsuragi. One corner is adorned with lace and a tiny embroidered portiere. Inspect the victim's body. Inspect the body hanging in the backyard of the whirling in rags. This is a preliminary inspection. You just need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. Get ammonia from the gardener or the Fritz store. It'll make it easier. Hey there, Code. It's time for ginger coffee. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Welcome on in. How's your day going?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
She looks up from her magazine, eyes filled with tired ennui.
Yes, what we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint-Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Code, it's fine. 5 hours of Excel. Oh, wonderful. Just what you need.
Okay, don't, overdo it or something.
Ampoule of ammonia, a thin glass tube wrapped in cotton netting used to treat fainting spells, produced by Saint-Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. Okay, so we got the ammonia.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Code, and got to fetch some on the mint and rum and raisins ice cream for later. I don't think I've ever tried rum and raisin ice cream before. That's something I should put on my to-do list. So now that we have the ammonia, this might allow us to succeed in this check.
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
I think I don't want to be a cop anymore. Spit and say nothing.
Get a hold of yourself.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
1, why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life? 2, seriously, this isn't fun. Don't want to be a policeman anymore. 3, can't we do something else? I think I want to solve something else now. 4, do it without me. I just can't keep it down.
No. This is a 2-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. I need your help. You need to get your shit together.
3 is pessimistic, but I don't want to get my shit together.
Then the world will turn away from you and leave you behind. No. You will get your shit together.
Okay, so I'm not going to internalize the thought, but another thought came up. So with this playthrough, the only thought I want to internalize, which I already have done, is the Cop of the Apocalypse. Any other ones that become available to internalize, I won't be internalizing.
You're sure this has not affected his impression of you in a good way? For a moment, the hanged man appears to smile. His lips are red, like a clown's.
Code, so far, most of the ice cream makers here tend to use both synthetic and some variation or mixture for the rum aroma. Have gotten only maybe 2 times of a bad batch. Well, hopefully you don't get a third and more as well. But sounds like a bit of, you just don't know what roll the dice you're going to get.
Bitch fight, see? Bitches are at it.
Bitches about to kill each other, I think.
We should go and do something else. Give it half an hour. Then come back when you've gotten your act together.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Inspect victim's body. Equip and complete volumetric shit compressor thought. I think what I might do instead is it said something about increasing endurance might help. So I think I'll do that.
He still is, looking right
Still
through
points
you.
of endurance. So that's what I'll do, I think. Endurance. Let's try again.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
They are armor, no boots. Technically speaking, these are sabatons. Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel, fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece, he's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell. Resist death.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it, and this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics. They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the besmirties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages. As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
You can actually get like the full set of this armor, but I'm not going to do that for this playthrough though.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt, a familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an initial inspection of the victim's corpse. We are on the raw part. Industrial strength, the kind used for tying cargo to lorries.
Like in a circus. when the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt, buckle closes. It's what I would do. Seems easier than climbing up there.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
A Truget Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Here, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
Why do you think so? There are no supernatural reasons.
Okay, so we have Inland Empire, medium 11. Tell me, who are you, dead man? Very high, 97%. +1 talked in your dream. Let's give it a shot.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. Good for you. Because you have. Do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. Be fair now. Sure I do. You just don't want to admit it. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Coppodromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. Nah, he's just hanging around, having a good deep sleep.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently.
Totally dead.
1, totally. 2, this Buster's not coming back. 3, deadity, dead, dead, dead. 4, what is dead anyway?
No siree.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? The power of your imagination is at your service. Come back later, Corpo.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
Okay, so the victim's tattoos, Tuesday mission. You have a photo of the hanged man's tattoos. Maybe someone can decipher them, tell you what they mean. You should probably talk to about 2 people about them for this. Ask around about tattoos' possible meaning. Where is the rest of the armor? The hanged man's armor seems to be missing. Find out what happened to it. The kid throwing rocks at the corpse seems to be a good place to start. Ask him about the body first. Ask Kuno, the kid throwing rocks, what he knows. Okay, done. We interrogated the vigilantes. Need to interrogate the men in the Union booth, find out what they know about the hanging Martinez. We returned to the Hardy Boys with more evidence. We tried talking to their boss or examining the tracks on the crime scene of the belt around the victim's neck. Inspect victim's body is now done. Inspect the body hanging in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags. This is a preliminary inspection. You just need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. Get ammonia from the gardener of the Fritz store. It'll make it easier. Equip and complete volumetric shit compressor thought. So we didn't actually do that, but the reason it's crossed off is because I decided instead to put a skill point into endurance to allow me to try again with approaching the dead body, and I succeeded on the second time. You're in. Do a preliminary inspection of its different parts. We've done that.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
Getting the body down mission. Somehow make it so that the bloated corpse isn't up there anymore. Shoot it down or ask for help. Do something. You're a cop. I'm a cop, you idiot.
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
Yeah! Bang,
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
But what else can we do?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decay.
Yes, we do.
He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. Climb up there and saw the branch? I don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten and less sturdy than it looks. And I don't see another good way up there. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop assaults children after falling from tree. Cretin cop, they like that word, saws the branch he's sitting on. Literally. Local children report corpse mutilation.
Fuck yeah! Climb that shit, monkeys!
See, you're only making them do those things less.
No, I do not see the future. I made those up using 2 decades in the Revacholian police force as a reference point. Yes, we should use acrobatics as the very last option, after we've tried everything normal.
Oh, these have got to be the most fucking boring mulkapats I've ever seen.
It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Hand-to-eye coordination 2, low 17%. Say shut up. Close your left eye first. Point the gun at Kuno S. Give the gun back to Lieutenant Kisaragi.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the morning light as the corpse slowly rotates. As you wait, your breathing slows down. Some mosquito-like organism buzzes in your peripheral.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
So it's still low, 28%. +1 breathing is slowed, but just because you have a +1 or however many number, it doesn't guarantee that you've got a better chance. I mean, it might improve your chances, but it doesn't guarantee. Why not?
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. With your ears still ringing, you lower the weapon to see what happened. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood, only a murky sludge dripping down his belly. The sudden stink makes your eyes water.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it! What a mulko!
So we lost some morale there, but that's okay. I'm not going to use the morale heal. I talked about this before, but basically, with the morale, I've decided in this playthrough that, at the very most, accidentally increasing it beyond 2 by actually pressing the button that heals your morale is acceptable. At the minimum, I need to wait until it gets down to 1 bar of the blue meter before I actually use the morale heal. Aside from that, the morale and your health automatically gets fully healed and restored when you go to sleep. So that aspect can't be avoided. It's not like a challenge rule or anything like that, but it is something that I kind of wanted to add. This was something I thought of after starting the playthrough.
Are you? Because it sort of feels like you are. Please don't cry.
I agree. Police work is overrated. It is trying and stressful. However, it is still our job to get the dead body down from the tree.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot. It's your pig hands.
Pigs don't have hands. They have, like, fucking hooves or something.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
I like this. No, Kuno, if I can't shoot him down, no one will. To Lieutenant, we should entrust Kuno with your service weapon. He says you can shoot it down. 3, that's preposterous. We're not giving you the gun, kid. Just for a laugh, I'm going to choose 2.
The lieutenant does not dignify that with an answer. He snaps the button on his holster and says,
We still need to get him down somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. To ask the suspect for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Everard Clare? Very much, yes. Which is why I would have preferred us to handle this ourselves. Clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitches!
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Yeah? Don't go being someone else's bitches. You're Kuno's bitches?
From the gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting. Or we can try to find some secret third path. It's unlikely, though.
To the gates. Let's fight, I say.
Tool. Ah, that would have been when we had the gun. Getting the body down mission. Somehow make it so that the bloated corpse isn't up there anymore. Shoot it down or ask for help. Do something. You're a cop. Well, we tried something, it didn't work. Access the harbour and ask for Everard Claire's help. I'm going to be ending the stream in about 10 minutes, so I might actually put that part of the story on hold and pick up with that on Saturday.
Can I help you? Do I have a shake?
He sounds irritated.
Am I smart? Because, well, you're not getting it, asshole!
This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move on, please?
The tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see through them.
It's you again. What is it? Again. Just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The boomboxes wait on the You see rows of toys. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you? Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez, top is a... If I knew...
This is a man with a lot of past, but...
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biography. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago, they also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Interfacing challenging 12, steal it instead. Nah, we'll go with this.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Map of Martinez. A worn and torn map of the Martinez area dating from 48. A title on the top reads, Bienvenue à Revachol. It's a bit out of date, as it was originally created by a design studio in a failed attempt to spruce up Martinez and turn it into a fancy tourist location.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Let's interact with this. Instant photo of tattoos. Lieutenant Kinsuragi snapped this photo of the hanged man's tattoos. It displays the intricate web of blue lines stretching across his torso. You have to admit, it looks quite cool.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right. Gone. For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine crime fiction. These books, furthermore, what's more, not a single mention. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed...
Alrighty then, this is where I'm going to call it a stream. Okay, so the current schedule. So this Monday stream was an extra stream for Disco Elysium to make up for the short Sunday stream that I did. So now that my Monday stream day is over, the next stream of this will be Saturday, the 15th. The next stream that is scheduled, that you'll see from me, is Wednesday's Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness remastered stream. I'll update the Stream Elements message to reflect the fact that this Monday 10th stream is, well, when I finish the stream it'll be finished. So I'll mark that off. So the next stream of this will be on Saturday, the 15th. I won't do anything in the game between the streams, so all the content I'm doing for this playthrough will be on stream. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it a lot. Time to give some shout outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He'll be following that up with the sequel, A Plague Tale Requiem. It's all part of a historical order run that he's doing. It's a big, massive project that he's taking all these different games across all different franchises, and he's looked at each one's time period, and he's doing all of them in the order in which they take place in. And Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1, as well as Part 2 back-to-back. She's also got a Resident Evil marathon that she's put on hold while she's doing The Last of Us playthroughs. When she resumes that, it'll be Resident Evil 5. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost in New Eden. He's also a streamer of games like Elden Ring, as well as the Outlast series. Scar has been doing a playthrough of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Shillerlock is doing an Assassin's Creed marathon. He's currently up to Assassin's Creed 2. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me, and this year's Directive 8020, which comes out in October. And also recommend highly checking out Shaky as well. He's been doing some just chatting sessions. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate that a lot. The next stream that you'll see from me that's scheduled will be on Wednesday, which is the remaster of Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness, doing a graphics comparison run, where I go through in photo mode showing both versions of the graphics, looking at certain objects in the environment in that photo mode, and then showing cutscenes in both graphics as well, and showing certain actions and things, animations of characters and all that kind of stuff in the different graphics comparisons. So that's what's coming up for the Angel of Darkness as well, doing a playthrough of that kind as well. I'm not going to raid out 21 today, so I'm just going to call it a stream without raiding out. But thank you so very much, everyone, for watching. I hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.